sure it is. Well, it doesn't work. How many have the stuff on that? I don't know.
Good morning. This is Kirsten Gullickson of the Office of the Clerk. And I'm very excited to be here. Check. 1, 2, 3, check. Is that good? A little more? You're good? Okay, thank you. formats. There are documents and data available in machine-readable format, mostly XML, and numerous publications are available in text and PDF. Some data is only available in HTML. Of course, all of us who work on government data have tried to determine precise adjectives to describe the criteria government data should meet. This is just a snapshot of what I have hanging on my desk. And we know that our government data should be accurate, accessible, complete, detailed, and searchable. Our folks at the White House say it should be available, discoverable, and usable. And we obviously in this room, most of us care about whether it's machine readable. As a federal employee, I care that it's accurate. So back to the technology timeline. It starts with the date of 1789. Although the Constitution did not mandate open sessions, the House opened its doors to the public starting in April of 1789. And it's not ironic that we're evacuating and waiting for people to get in upstairs. But those first meetings in April of 1789 occurred in the Federal Hall in New York City. And we all know that an open Congress is not a new idea. Since those first meetings of Congress, the House has been preparing, managing, distributing, and archiving its official proceedings and documents. Today's challenge is not, will we have open sessions, but today's challenge is how do governments, including the United States Congress, modernize their workflows and systems to utilize today's newer technologies, adopting those that are most beneficial to our ideals of democracy and a free society. Again, I'm really excited to be here. You should have picked up the book, How Our Laws Are Made. Again, please read it. Also in the lobby is this legislative status flowchart. We're going to have this out there. It's from 1974. It's a bit outdated, but the success path shown in the dark black line is very accurate. And so if you are a diagramming nerd like I am sometimes, this is one of the most accurate charts for proper diagramming that I've seen in a long time. And there is an actual dark success path line, and there are 20 decision points on there for the shortest path for how a bill becomes law. So there's, as we all know, there's hundreds of decision paths for laws, for our ideas to become laws, but the shortest on this chart is 20. And so today, one of the things that Ronald asked me to do was tell about some of the projects that we will be hearing about today. And I'm just going to do that in 8 objects, and these are the 8 objects that we're going to talk about. So 8 ways a bill becomes a law instead of 20, which is the shortest on this chart. So we all know that laws begin as ideas. These ideas may become from our member of Congress or from citizens like you and I. We know that citizen engagement is important. Currently, there is a project in the CAO's office called Communicating with Congress. It's a project to aggregate advocacy vendor traffic through a common gateway to member offices so they can respond to constituents in a timely fashion. This is not a public API, but a private API that is protected by API keys and IP restrictions. In addition, the clerk's office is starting a project to modernize member and committee data. I will be telling you more about that in just a few minutes. Now, the member, empowered with her idea from you, works with the House Office of Legislative Counsel to draft a bill. To help in drafting bills, the House Office of Legislative Counsel, or HOLC, is working on a number of projects. One of the projects is called the Mini Ramsire. As you may know, and explained in pages 5 to 8 of How Our Laws Are Made, the Ramsire Rule requires bills to show exactly how it will change existing law. It's called the Ramsire Rule after Representative Christian William Ramsire, Bio Guide ID R000031, who served from 1915 to 1932. The Mini Ramsire project is very similar to another project that HOLC is working on called the Amendment Impact Program, or AIP. Both the Mini Ramsire and the AIP program can be used in various places along the legislative workflow path to show how proposed changes will impact a bill or current law. Later today, we will hear more about these projects from Sandy Strogaff, the Legislative Counsel. So then a bill is introduced. And after the bill has been drafted, the member introduces the bill by dropping it into a hopper. It's a wooden box provided for that purpose located on the side of the rostrum in the House chamber. After the bill is processed by the clerk's office, the bill is sent for publication to the government printing office. GPO not only prints the paper version of the bill, but they also post the bill online. Data about the bill is sent to the Library of Congress for posting online too. This process of sending data from the clerk's office to GPO in the library happens throughout the legislative workflow. Back of the table, you'll find a chart. There's going to be two of them. This one and the second one is out there. That's going to show you the workflow between the clerk's office, GPO, and the library. If you don't understand how our documents flow and they get out to the public websites, certainly seek me, Kimberly Ferguson out, or Lisa LaPant, and we will be able to tell you. In the schedule, there's networking breaks, so please take advantage of them. Today is about sharing information, so let's take advantage of those networking breaks. Two projects that we're excited to mention at this point was earlier this summer, we released bill summaries in bulk on GPO's FD system. Summaries are written by the Congressional Research Service throughout the legislative life cycle of the bill. In addition, we started to work on a project to release bill status information in bulk. We are at a very early stage with this project, but I'm very excited about it. After the bill has been introduced, it is referred to committee. The committee holds hearings and markups about the legislation. There are two projects to mention here, too. The first project is producing committee roll call votes in XML. This is in progress, and we have 6 committees who are using the tool to create their committee votes in XML. So soon, you will start seeing votes in XML on docs.house.gov. The second project is creating standards about the committee hearing transcript document and making it easier for committee clerks to produce it. We will hear more about that project from Reynolds. After a committee reports a bill favorably to the House, the bill is placed on the House calendar and scheduled for consideration. The Rules Committee will also meet to decide on a rule that allows for consideration of the bill on the House floor. As mentioned earlier, the Office of Legislative Counsel is working on a project called AIP, or Amendment Impact Program. It will improve understanding on proposed amendments to bills. We will be seeing a demonstration of this tool later today. We will also hear about this project called Lookup and Link that will help find law references in bills and other documents. I'm really excited about these tools and how they will help our members create laws. So this is where we're at in the process. And in this 8-object scenario, the House passes the bill. To become the law, the bill must pass the Senate. It must pass the Senate and signed by the President. Because this is a House conference, I will just say you can learn more about the Senate process on page 37 of the book. And a bill has passed either the House or Senate, the other chamber can offer amendments to the bill, which is now called an act because it has passed one of the chambers. You can learn more about the process and the process of conference committees starting on page 37. Presidential actions, including veto, start on page 50. Finally, both bills have agreed on the bill, or both chambers, have agreed on the bill, and the President signs it into law. It is published. The public law document is also called the slip law. So in this point in this process, the slip law is published and the U.S. Code is updated where applicable. There are 2 projects here. Both projects are happening in the Office of Law Revision Council. The first project was to put the U.S. Code in XML. That was released in July of 2013. The second project is providing Law Revision Council with a system to allow them to draft all positive law titles in XML. And if you do not have a grasp on positive or non-positive law, please make sure to listen to Harlan, if he can get in the building. Harlan Yu. He'll have a lightning talk about this subject. He does a great job, and he can explain positive and non-positive law in just a few moments. Related to the U.S. Code and the codification process, the Law Revision Council is also in the process of creating an editor that will allow them to draft their codification measures in XML. We will be hearing more about these projects from Law Revision Council Ralph, and he's in the building. So we're good. The book does talk about slip laws, the statutes at large, and the U.S. Code in the last section. So there you have it, how a bill becomes a law in 8 frames. And I think I can take questions at this point about anything you don't understand or what we might be hearing today. So, and do we have a microphone for folks? Yeah. If you can ask your questions at the mic, that would be great. And so anything about what we'll hear or the projects or our workflow too. Most of you in the audience have heard all of this before. None of our new people are here. Lyle. Okay. Lyle reminds us that if you don't want to look at the paper copy, you can go to FDSys and look up how a bill becomes a law in PDF format, in text format. And the easiest way to do that on FDSys is there's a document, inside the front cover is a document number, and it's 110-49. And so you should be able to use the search engine just to search it by document number. And on these charts, we also have the document number as well. So, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Kirsten. And so we are going to, let me just make a couple of remarks, and then we're going, I think, Bob, all your panel is here. So what I was going to say at the beginning before we sort of got a little bit off track was thank you for coming. This is the third Legislative Data and Transparency Conference, and one of the things that we try to accomplish in this conference is to bring together the people inside the House and inside the legislative branch that are responsible for the drafting and the creation and the flow of legislation, and people from the outside who are interested in the legislative process, who are using legislative data, and are interested in the transparency of the institution. So thank you for coming. Appreciate your being able to make it in, and hopefully we'll get everyone else in shortly. I'd like to thank the people who have helped put this together from the Committee on House Administration, George Gerbo, who you met outside, and Cassie and Craig, our interns who spent a lot of time. Kirsten is always a valuable resource in this process. A number of the outside folks have also helped, but I'm going to wait until they're actually here to thank them. The process of increasing the transparency and effectiveness of the House, I think about it just a couple ways in terms of the framing of that. Let me get you out of here. And in the conference, we're going to talk about mainly the legislative process. I think about when we automate or try to make more efficient processes in the House, sort of three silos. So the silo we're going to spend the majority of our time today is the legislative one. How does the House proceed legislatively? Second silo is the oversight process. How does the House conduct oversight? And we're going to have a panel this afternoon on the Data Act, and they're going to talk about the relationship between the executive and the legislative branches and how the Data Act can be used to enhance oversight. Third major silo in the House is the member's relationship to his or her constituents, how they communicate with them, how constituents communicate back to members, petition the government for redress of grievance, and things like that. We've got a panel of chiefs, one from the Senate, two from the House. We're going to talk a little bit about how they're using data to communicate with their constituents. And during the lightning round, we're going to talk about another project that the House has been working on in conjunction with the Congressional Management Foundation, communicating with Congress, which is intended to help increase productivity in member offices in responding to advocacy email, which commercial organizations and civic-minded groups help funnel communications to Congress on specific issues. So we're going to touch on each of the three silos that, or work centers that we think about in the House. Obviously, most of the time we're going to spend on the legislative strategy that we're working on here. There's a couple of things that we're going to talk about that we're going to pull the covers off and hopefully get some good input and feedback from people. So this is not intended, as Kirsten said, just to be a conference where we stand up here and talk, but also where we get a chance to listen and to learn from each other. So with that, those are my introductory remarks to welcome everybody. Let's move into a panel with a couple of things from the legislative branch bulk data task force. And I'd like to ask Bob Reeves, the Deputy Clerk of the House, to come up, and also to recognize Chuck Turner from the House Appropriations Committee, who is the co-chair of the bulk data task force in the House. All right. And with that, let me turn it over to Bob.
Thank you, Reynold. Give us a couple minutes. We're demonstrating our agility here as we change on the fly. So if we could get the rest of the group up here, please. I'd like to thank Reynold and the committee for providing the bulk data task force with some time today to give you some updates. We're going to change things around just a little bit. Originally, we were going to have a presentation by the Data Challenge winner. We're going to save that for the end of our presentation. And so we're going to provide you with updates from the Library of Congress, the Government Printing Office, and the clerk. And then we'll roll into the Data Challenge winner. Let me just introduce everyone who's up here. We have Andrew Weber from the Library of Congress, and Lisa LaPlante from the Government Printing Office, and Kimberly Ferguson from CRS, and then, of course, Kirsten Gullickson from the Office of the Clerk. And we're going to get started with Andrew.
Good morning. So I want to talk a little bit about Congress.gov. Last year, Tammy Nelson was here and gave an update on what happened since we launched. She also talked a little bit about what we're going to do in the next year. And she mentioned several things like several more releases, new enhancements to data, coverage and functionality, extending the current data sets back to the 104th Congress. So that's something we did for legislation and for the congressional record. We also added committee profile pages, the text of congressional reports all the way back to the 104th Congress, and core legislative data back to the 93rd Congress, and several improvements to the visual design and information architecture based on a variety of user feedback that we've had. So it's kind of fun to look back. I read through some of the stuff she said last year and see that we actually accomplished a lot of what she was talking about. So with that, I saw this tweet back in January and thought Jim may or may not be here, depending on if he's caught outside. I'm finding beta.congress.gov pretty intuitive and useful, and this stuff's hard to organize. Kudos, Congress.gov team. So it's kind of nice to get feedback from the open government community that we're on the right track. After this, we had a release in February, and with that, we did advanced search for the first time. We also have new ways to browse the content, as well as several more things based on user feedback. And we've done a couple different types of user testing. On our website, there's always the submit feedback that we comb through and read through all of those. And then we've done a couple different types of some in-person moderated testing, some unmoderated testing, and each time we do those, we pull through more nuggets to help further refine the website. One of the little additions was check boxes. So now instead of just picking just one Congress, you can pick multiple Congresses. So before it was all or one, and now you can do multiple. And we've added that for a couple other areas in our facets. After this release, it's fun to kind of watch what happens on Twitter. Derek Willis tweeted the new Congress.gov advanced search follows Solar via the command line search option. And he also included a very nice, this is amazing, the public can now search bills co-sponsored by 2+ members, and he gave a nice example. And I think that example is kind of a good jumping off point to demonstrate a couple of the releases, items from that release. Part of what we're doing is giving people new ways to access to get at the data that's already there. So you can see the command line, what he did. You can see that there are 657 items that either were sponsored or co-sponsored by me, Patsy, and sponsored or co-sponsored by Trafficant. This is his search. And once you have this link, you can go through and make changes. And see how different people who line up. But that's just one example. Other ways to kind of get at the data in the command line search, we have the field name lookup, as well as a couple of sample searches for you to kind of get a sense of what you can do, the power behind the database. Also in this release was the browse. From here, you can get a quick idea. One of the things I really like about the browse is it doesn't just have lists, but it also includes the facet values. So you can see that quickly at a glance there are 107 public laws for the current Congress, how many bills, resolutions, all of the bills by subject, which are tagged by the CRS analysts. You can see quickly how many are in each category. So you know when you make that next click to international affairs, there are 442 items in that. One of the other things that we added recently with that release was the new appropriations table. We're starting to port over from Thomas the appropriations tables. And also, our other type of user feedback is through the 4C survey. And we just happened to have last week a conference call with the people from 4C who took time to give us information on how the system's been doing post redirecting Thomas, the homepage, in November up until the February release until April to kind of compare when we added the advanced search to when we started redirecting the URLs. And it was very encouraging to see that I think across the board people are more satisfied in the two time periods with the more recent time periods. So adding the browse and the advanced search is helping improve. So we're continuing to increase satisfaction of people who are using the website, and we're really harvesting that data. And here. Next is what I'm really excited for. I've been looking forward to the June release for a little while. We're adding the next big content area from Thomas, the nominations section. We're also, for the first time, this is something that we would have liked to have had in Thomas, but it just wasn't practical on the system. Just to mention, it's an almost 20-year-old system back when it started. And so the accounts are going to let us do fun new things, such as save search. It's going to be one of the first things you can do with the new accounts. And there's also going to be, thanks to the metadata GPOs adding, this fun new element, Congressional Record Speaker. And I'll show you a couple ways we're going to use that. And more user feedback we're incorporating with this next release. So here's an example of the nominations page. If you've used the site a little bit, it's going to look fairly similar. The search results are going to look kind of like search results from other parts of the website. We're trying to make it so you don't have to relearn each section, each silo. We're trying to break down those silos more and more from what was on Thomas, where you had to go to specific areas. And we've pulled out more of the data. We've also included some facets, and so it should be a much better user experience. And accounts, this is just going to be a very simple form to kind of get started with the accounts. From search results, you can see in the upper towards the left, there's a save this search. Once you click the save this search, you can title your search and then give a brief description. And then later on, if you want to add to it, you can create it as a new search. You can retitle a search. But this is a very, very valuable feature if you've done a very detailed search that you want to keep going back to. And then here's where the Congressional Record Speaker element is going to come in. So on the Congressional Record, when you do a search, there'll be this new member remarks in the Congressional Record. You'll be able to click on someone's name and see where we have the data when the member was speaking and what they said. And that's going to be both in the search results and also on the member profile page. So this is an example of one of our member pages, and off to the right will be their remarks. So that's June. But that's not the last release we're going to have for this year. We have several other items. We want to keep developing the alerts. We want to have alerts on bills, alerts on members, do a second wave of our advanced search, and also start with a portal feature. Kirsten was talking about all of the congressional legislative information. We want to provide a nice place to go for access to point you in the right direction for other parts that are not on congress.gov. We also want to do a second wave of our browse and further the alerts build off of the Save Search so you can a search and then get an email update whenever something has been added to those search results. We also are planning on trying to incorporate the House Committee video that's currently on Thomas into congress.gov, as well as modernize the member ingest data. And I think a little bit of that modernization is going to be discussed later. So with that.
As you see, we're happy to announce that the CVC has been reopened, so we have a trickling of folks coming in. Next will be Lisa LaPlante from the Government Printing Office.
I'm just going to say quickly, we're not quite reopened, but we did run an underground railroad and smuggled 20 people in the other way. Oh, is it in? Okay. So that is good. What we're probably going to do is have Kirsten either sort of do a quick recap of her orientation presentation after the break so that we get everybody on the same page. Right, Lisa.
Great, thank you. Okay, great. I'm glad to hear that the visitor center is open again. So we'll watch as folks continue to kind of trickle in. So my name is Lisa LaPlante, and I'm a lead program planner in GPO's Office of Programs, Strategy, and Technology. I'm also the program manager for GPO's Federal Digital System. So over the past 2 years, GPO has worked very closely with our legislative data partners on various transparency initiatives in support of the Bulk Data Task Force. In January 2013, the House bills in XML were made available through the Federal Digital System Bulk Data Repository. And in February 2014, House bill summaries were made available. So GPO's participation in the Bulk Data Task Force is in direct support of our mission to keep America informed by producing, protecting, preserving, and distributing the official publications and information products of the federal government. So a key technology that enables GPO to accomplish our mission is the Federal Digital System. Now, FDSys is comprised of 3 components. It's a content management system that securely controls digital content through its life cycle to ensure authenticity and integrity. It's a preservation repository that follows archival system standards to ensure long-term preservation of and access to digital content. It's a public access website that combines extensive metadata with robust search technology. So today, I'm going to provide an update on a number of exciting initiatives that we're calling Next Gen, or the Next Generation FDSys public website. So how did we get here? A little bit of background. GPO's Federal Digital System was launched in 2009 after the initial design and development were completed in 2008. FDSys replaced the legacy GPO Access website and became the system of record in December 2010. And FDSys provides free public access to content and metadata for legislative, executive, and judicial documents, including the congressional record, congressional bills, United States Code, Federal Register, Code of Federal Regulations, and most recently, one of our newest collections is opinions from federal appellate, district, and bankruptcy courts. So we have over 70 different courts now already in FDSys, and we're continuing to work to add more each day. Since FDSys launched almost 5 years ago, there have been over 1 billion document retrievals. So what's our reason for change? Well, first, it's been over 5 years since FDSys was deployed on existing hardware and network infrastructure. And as you know, 5 years is a long time when it comes to technology, and it's time for us to refresh our current infrastructure components within our FDSys production and continuity of operations instances. Related to this, the current search engine that supports the FDSys public website is nearing its end of life in the FDSys environment. It's imperative that it be replaced. Third, the mainstream adoption of mobile technology. Over the past 5 years, greater numbers of citizens are now using mobile devices to access government information. So if you've ever tried to access FDSys on a mobile device, there's a lot of pinching and scrolling, and that just won't do. The fourth reason for change is an increase in the use of social media and social sharing. 5 years ago, you may not have had a Twitter account. Now the share button is pretty much ubiquitous. Fifth, we've watched as the semantic web and linked data technologies have matured over the past 5 years. Technology exists to easily find friends of friends who have the same interests of you, and in our case, government documents that are related to other government documents. Sixth, GPO has a commitment to respond to the user feedback and requests for updated functionality from our dedicated and passionate user community. NextGen will give us the foundation to respond to those requests. And finally, it's important for GPO to stay up to date with standard functionality provided by government information websites. GPO and FDSys are not stagnant. As the information access needs of our stakeholders change, we will change with them. So what's the goal of NextGen? To develop the next generation FDSys public website that utilizes a mobile-first design strategy, incorporates an open source search engine, provides users with access to related content, improves overall site usability, and is deployed on new hardware and an updated network infrastructure. So to accomplish this goal, NextGen encompasses 5 interrelated projects that are managed as part of the FDSys program. First, we have hardware refresh. So as I mentioned, we're refreshing the hardware and network infrastructure in both of our environments. We have our search engine refresh, and we're replacing our existing search engine, which is fast, with an open source search engine, Solar. That includes updating all of the related components. Publication linking. So this one is really an interesting one. So to create a business intelligence layer to define, persist, access, and present relationships among documents and publications in FDSys. We're planning on using Apache Gina and Fuziki along with OWL and RDF. So we have some really interesting developments going on with that. Fourth, our responsive user interface design is to develop a UI that uses responsive design principles and technologies. So we're looking at Bootstrap, Backbone, jQuery, LESS, and just really updating our user interface. And finally, usability testing and user interface improvements. And we want to assess the usability of our site and then make improvements to the UI. So as you can see, we're really going all the way up through our technology stack, everything from the wires into the wall, through the servers, up through the user interface. So what are our next steps? We plan to analyze stakeholder feedback from our recent user survey and usability testing, and then use that to iteratively design the site and develop the site. If you've not taken the FDSys user survey, I encourage you to do so. There's a link to it on the FDSys homepage. In parallel, we will be installing and configuring the new network and setting up our production and COOP infrastructure. Once the network and hardware are in place and the initial development is complete, we plan to deploy NextGen on the new hardware, load our data, perform system integration testing, and go through the whole development and testing process. Finally, we plan to launch as a public beta that will run in parallel with the existing FDSys site. So just a little bit of a glimpse as what we're working on and what we have planned over the next couple months. Finally, I wanted to briefly touch on a couple of additional initiatives that the GPO is working on. In 2013, GPO and the Library of Congress worked together to digitize the statutes at large from 1951 to 2002. And we made those files available through FDSys. And also, GPO and the Library of Congress are currently collaborating on a project to digitize the print-bound congressional record dating back to 1873. As was mentioned earlier, GPO is working in partnership with the Clerk of the House and the Library of Congress on a project to modernize House member and committee data. And Kirsten will talk to you a little bit more about this shortly. In addition, per House Report 113-417 that accompanied the Legislative Branch Appropriations Bill for FY15, the House Appropriations Committee has requested that the Clerk of the House, the Library of Congress, and GPO work together to make bill status information available to the public as bulk data. GPO is also working on an initiative to replace its composition system. The new composition system will replace GPO's current system, Microcomp, and Microcomp is the system that's responsible for locators. So Microcomp is used to compose congressional and regulatory documents for printing. The new system will move GPO to an XML-based composition model and is intended to match the typographical style and page layout of current printed publications, as well as support desktop and mobile display. The new system will be implemented incrementally on a product-by-product basis, and the first release is planned to focus on bills, public laws, and statutes at large. In addition, we're planning to integrate with FDsys and the XML authoring tools such as Alex and Lexa, which are currently used internally at GPO and by our legislative data partners in the House and Senate, as well as at executive agencies. So GPO is excited to move forward with this project, and we hope that over time our legislative data partners will migrate to the new XML workflows in order to take advantage of the flexibility and robustness that XML provides. Thanks.
Thank you, Lisa. And now we'd like to introduce Kirsten again for her presentation.
So have you already heard, it's already been mentioned that we're going to modernize member and committee data. So what does that really mean? Right now, our member and committee data is not in one central collection available for distribution. We're missing a number of data elements, such as a swearing-in date and time, and we are definitely missing time data. So we can't necessarily give you a list of members who were in a particular committee in January 15th, but we can give you that list of members today. So we want to add some temporal data into our member and committee data. Not all of our elements that we distribute to the public are available in machine-readable format. So we just started on this project. As Lisa said, we're in partnership with Kimberly at the library and Lisa at GPO, and Cindy and I and Kelly in Legislative Computer Systems in the clerk's office. We are in the process of gathering our requirements for this project, and we really do see it as a project that will meet our internal needs of how do we share data inside the House about members in committee, and how do we share that data then to GPO and the library, with the idea that all of our systems will have the most up-to-date and accurate information about House membership and House committees. So pretty much some of the sample data that will be included is the start and end times for each Congress and each session in that Congress. We'll have name information and unique IDs for all of our members that go across the Congresses, current state and district information, and if a member has served previously, they will have their previous state and district. This is definitely important when we're talking about redistricting and members who may be reassigned a district number. Obviously, things like phone number, their website, their election date, their swearing-in date and time, their leadership positions, and seniority. For some of the committee and subcommittee data, we'll be doing unique IDs. We'll be giving the complete full committee name and their shortened name, their committee websites, what type of committee it is, and certainly their organizational date for the committee and subcommittee. Because as we all know, while the committees stay from one Congress to the next, they are technically, according to how a bill becomes a law in parliamentary procedure, those committees are reformed at the beginning of each Congress. And then when the committees meet, those subcommittees are reformed each Congress. And so how do we keep those consistent so you can search across Congresses for those things that we know still exist and are still there, but how do we then tell you that these are the dates that that committee and that subcommittee was organized and formed for a particular Congress. So as I said, we're definitely in the gathering requirements phase. So this is our interactive part of the session today. And don't worry if you don't have a chance to respond in this moment. There's going to be a laptop out in the information table when you come in, and so you'll be able to respond to the questions that I'm going to ask. And so if you have your phone with you, if you are connected to the House internet, and if you don't know that this room has House public access, and so it's House public, and then the password is House public, and both words are capitalized, so HOUSE, capital PUBLIC, House public is the password. You also, when I show you the survey that we're about to take, you can also go to a website and log in your responses. If you don't have any of your devices with you today or you're not connected to the internet, you're always welcome to email the team directly at xml-comments@mail.house.gov. So with that, we have our first, okay, there we go. We have kind of our practice question. So the question is, modernizing member and committee data. Do you agree with this project? And so, of course, we hope that everyone agrees with this project. And what you're going to do is, on your phone, you're going to text, in place of your phone number, it's 22333, and then you have a space, and then you text your answer, and your answer is going to be one of these codes. For yes, it's 181828, and for no, it's 181706. If you have a Twitter account, you can just tweet @poll, then a space, and then the code. So 2233 for texting, @poll for Twitter, and then if you do have a web browser up, you can just go to pollev.com, and then it's LDTC14. And so if anyone's trying, we should be able to get your results up here. And you can see right here, let me see if I can. Okay. Let me see. I'm supposed to be able to get the results instantaneously, so we can all see them. Let me see if I can. I can see that 19 people have responded. There's a little ticker there, but let me see if I can get the actual results up. There you go. Oh, who said no? So that was our practice chart. So we're all good. Thank you for your patience while I got us the result. Again, this will be out in the front, and I'm going to go forward with a couple other questions. So our next question is, the BioGuide ID will serve as the unique ID for a member across the Congresses. Do you know what the BioGuide ID is? Yes or no? All right. There you go. Okay. So the BioGuide ID is a unique ID that we have assigned to each member of Congress. Once a member of Congress has received its BioGuide ID or his or her BioGuide ID, it sticks with them whether they've left Congress or come back to Congress. And the easiest way to find the BioGuide ID is to look up a member of Congress on BioGuide bio.house.gov, and just search for any member, and then up in the URL is going to be their BioGuide ID. It's the first. Oh, sorry. Did I say house? Oh, thank you. I'm sorry. That address is bioguide.congress.gov, not bioguide.house.gov. See, I'm at a House conference. I'm being very House-centric today. Bioguide.congress.gov. And it's the first initial of the first letter of their last name, followed by 6 digits. And so it's very easy. And if you look at a lot of the XML that we've published in the Bill XML, in the vote data, in some of the data that's over at the library and at GPO, you can see that number embedded in our XML. And also if you take a look at some of the member data that's on the Washington Post and at the New York Times, if you know how to read their XML and their HTML, you can see that they're using our BioGuide ID. So the next question is if you reuse our data, do you use the BioGuide ID? Is that the ID that you're using for your unique ID for members? And again, the same directions. And again, if you don't, again, these surveys will be out on the public information table in the lobby. Okay, and then I'll wait a few more minutes. It's very good. The BioGuide was one of the first projects was the first project that we did in XML. And we took the entire biographical directory, which is a very big, heavy book and it's rich with a little piece of biographical data about each member of Congress. And we took that book and created it in XML, and we published it in HTML. But it is one of the first projects that we did in XML with our counterparts at the Senate and with GPO. And it really set the foundation for all the work that we can do today. Yay, I'm so glad so many people use the BioGuide. We'll see if the next question is, we know that we need to publish committee information. And one of the challenges with committee and subcommittee information is that the organization itself, the entity itself, exists from Congress to Congress, but sometimes, depending on which party is in control or just how they want to organize the subcommittees, they change their names. And so we have a challenge with committees. So we are definitely going to include committees and all of their goodness in the data model. But our question today is about commissions and how important is information on commissions to you and your organization. Commissions have a little spot in the House rules and how they operate. And so we want to get a gauge of whether or not we need to put commission information into this data model. Our assumption is yes, but we'd like that to be confirmed. Thank you all for participating. You guys are doing a great job. Again, the survey questions will be out in the lobby for the entire day. The next feedback that we'd want is to name some data elements that you would want to be made available in machine-readable format as it relates to member and committee data. These are questions that you can respond to as much as you like. And I set up the poll for it to be moderated so that if anyone made a typo or anything, you wouldn't be embarrassed to have your typo up on screen. And so I'm not quite sure if I'll get the responses up. But this is really for you an open-ended question to text data elements that you'd want to be made available in machine-readable format. I'm going to go to the next question, which is if you download data from a legislative branch site, what is the most important data you use? And so you can just text your answers here as well. And again, I'll have both of these questions, particularly these two open-ended questions. It might take a little while. You need a few thoughts, a few moments to gather your answer. These will be out on the information desk. Any questions about the member and committee data project? If not, if you don't want to ask now, just both Kimberly and Lisa and I are working on the project, as well as Cindy is here. She's in the back waving her hand. So if you have any questions about the project, please let us know. And again, if you want to provide any comments about this project to the four of us, you can email us at xml.comments@mail.house.gov.
Thank you, Kirsten. Isn't technology wonderful? What I'd like to do is, I think we have maybe just a couple minutes. Before we release this panel here, is there anyone that has any questions on anything that has been presented, any of the updates that the group has presented to you? There's a microphone up here. If anyone just has any questions for any of the panelists on any of the updates that they presented to you.
Thank you. I was busy texting, so I didn't hear you. Thank you so much for having this conference again. My question is what are the next steps, for example, for authenticating subject matter expertise? I'm trying to figure out how do we turn sort of the big data revolution into a competitive constituency for evidence-based decision-making? Because it exists everywhere, and journalism and other places are creating the algorithms for sort of supply chain tracking of information out of entities that don't have the financial conflicts of interest, for example, are doing public interest research, including, corroboration with our federal agencies and Congress's own expert knowledge entities. I know that's a mouthful, but it seems to me it's time to start piloting or experimenting, even with things like amicus briefs for hearings, or somehow opening up the process so that we can build the compromise between the demands for participation on the outside and the requirements of expertise on the inside. Does that make sense? Is that something that is just so far away, or that we could start doing?
Yes, it definitely makes sense, and I think that is very much in line with what we are all thinking. Is if you saw the words that Kirsten had on her slide at the beginning, authoritative information is very important and accurate and current. So I think that we agree with you, and it sounds like you agree with us. So.
I also think it's hard to figure out. So the government, we have a role in putting out accurate, timely, all of those criteria that we're talking about, data in a format that's, allows the citizens to engage it, but also to let the third parties use it. And I think you're also talking about not only a knowledge gap, but a resource gap. And then how, as a society, do we take care of that? And I don't know if we all have that figured out, because there are folks that don't have the resources to take the government data and analyze it and bringing that around. And that's a tough question. And I look forward to discussing it throughout the day. because we all do have our different roles to make sure that we meet our ideals as a democracy.
Is there any target date for the microcomp replacement that you have at this point?
So we're still in the early stages of planning that first release of it, but we are looking at rolling it out on a product by product basis. So we're looking at bills, public laws, and statutes at large. So it's always I always get a little bit hesitant about putting dates out there, but put the caveats around this that we're planning and targeting sometime in 2017.
Thank you, panel. While we're doing a little shift here, you can clap for them. That's good. What we'd like to do now is bring up the data challenge portion of the presentation. Tina Geen from the Library of Congress will give us a little background and also introduce the winner that is with us today.
Thank you, Mr. Reeves. Are we okay? All right, thank you very much. My name, as Mr. Reeves said, is Tina Geen. I'm from the Law Library of Congress, and I would like to give you a little bit of an update on the legislative data challenges that the Library of Congress has been hosting. At last year's Data Transparency Conference, Mr. Reeves mentioned that the Library of Congress would be offering a set of data challenges centered on the Akomontoso data standard. Akomontoso is an emerging XML-based standard that provides a framework for enabling the effective exchange of machine-readable parliamentary, legislative, and judiciary documents. It is built to accommodate a tremendous amount of metadata, and it can be used to trace documents through the legislative life cycle. I'm not going to go too much into that right now because later on today we're going to have another panel that's going to talk about international XML standards, and I think they'll get into great detail about Akomontoso. The Library of Congress launched the legislative data challenges in July and September of last year with the goals of not only advancing the development of international exchange standards for legislative data, but also identifying potential gaps in the Akomontoso schema for U.S. and UK legislation. For the first challenge, markup of U.S. legislation in Akomontoso, participants were asked to apply the Akomontoso schema to raw bill text of 4 U.S. bills. So this was sort of to look at the Akomontoso schema on the beginning of the process. For the second challenge, legislative XML data mapping, we asked participants to map existing elements from U.S. and U.K. bill XML to the most recent Akomontoso schema for 8 specific pieces of U.S. and U.K. legislation. So this was to look at it more on the other side. When you already have a schema in place, how can you apply Akomontoso to it? We recruited an international panel of judges for these challenges, Monica Palmerani and Fabio Vitali, the chairs of the OASIS Legal Document ML Technical Committee, which is moving forward specifications for a common legal document standard for parliamentary, legislative, and judicial documents based upon Akomontoso. Kirsten Gullickson, Senior Systems Analyst with the Office of the Clerk, who you already heard from today, and co-chair of the Legislative Branch XML Working Group. And John Sheridan, the head of legislation services at the National Archives of the UK. These 4 experts were instrumental in making the challenges a success, and we are extremely grateful for the time and expertise that they provided. Monica, Fabio, and of course Kirsten are here at the conference today, so if you want to have a chat with them, please look for them. And now I am very, very pleased to introduce the first place winner of both challenges, Jim Mangiafico. Mr. Mangiafico is an attorney with litigation experience in Washington, D.C., and he enjoys writing computer programs, which seems to be a more common theme in people today than you would expect, and we're really, really excited that he participated. He is currently working with the National Archives of the United Kingdom to make documents at legislation.gov.uk available in Akomontoso. We have invited Mr. Mangiafico here today to talk about his winning solution and to give you a demo of the Chrome extension that he created as part of his submission. So, Jim?
quick PowerPoint. Okay, I got it. So I just want to thank the library and the House Clerk's Office for having the challenge. It's a nice way to get more people involved. And especially I want to thank Kirsten and Tina and Andrew for their friendly help this week. So, new updates are available. We're not going to do that. So we were asked to translate documents like the one on the left into documents like the one on the right. They told me that there's never been an interesting slide with XML on it, but let's try to prove them wrong. So these are both XML documents, but if they look identical to you, maybe, or similar at least, maybe they'll look less so in a few minutes. Each sort of conforms to a different internal set of constraints or a schema. The one on the left is a schema that was developed here for the Congress, and Como Notoso is an international standard that you're going to hear about later. So we were asked just to change the one into the other. I'm going to give you just a brief overview of how it worked, and then if you'll indulge me, I want to look at in some detail at one of the problems that I encountered, and we can talk about how I went about it, and maybe you can come up with better solutions, and maybe we can learn something about how to structure our data. Okay, so I used XSLT to do it. XSLT is a little language. It stands for Extensible Style Sheet Language Transformations. It's about as awkward as its name. It's not a trendy language. It was developed back in the heyday of XML, but it's well suited for this purpose of changing XML documents into other XML documents. And specifically, I liked it because it has widespread support on all sorts of platforms. So you just write one file, one definition of some templates that map elements to other elements, and then without any changes to the code, you can run it in all sorts of places, on servers, in the browser you're probably looking at right now, in the browser here. And so as a result, I mean, the primary use case is just some system administrator is going to convert these files on the server, but we can also write small applications on top of it with very little work or code. So I'll show you a couple. I wrote a little web API. If you make an HTTP request to this address and pass in as a source parameter the URL of, say, one of some XML on the GPO's domain, then the server will, it will just convert the document for you. So again, well, there you go. So, so similarly, you can also, because your browser has the same functionality with the same code, we can make an extension to a browser, and the conversion will be done right here locally. So if you have the extension installed like we do here, and if you visit a site on the GPO's website and you pull up an XML version of the document, then this little Como Notoso logo will appear in your address bar, and if you click it, then again, the document will be created. It was just created right then by this laptop here. I think the judges liked that little button, but the truth is it was very few lines of code other than just display the button on the right page and listen for a click. All the work is done by the same code that runs on the server that we saw a slide ago. Okay, so that's it. But I wanted to ask you to look with me for a minute on, what's actually going on. What are the problems? What is it doing, and why? So I won't ask you to do more than one, but let's just take one and see if it's interesting at all. Here's a document that we were asked to. This is just a regular HTML version, which looks like, trust me, it looks like the page. It's a Senate amendment to a House bill. And like most legislation, it's just a big hierarchy of sections and subsections. And so one of the problems is, where do these sections begin and end? That's important for your computer that wants to read the. I mean, it's easy for us to tell because we could just look. We know the meanings of the words, but it's important that the beginnings and ends be marked properly. Then all sorts of applications that want to use the data can make the right assumptions about how things relate to one another. So, how many levels deep are we by the time we get to this paragraph? Well, we have this heading here. Then we have a title, Title 1. Presumably there are going to be more titles. There are. And then we have these other headings. Is that the same scope as the whole title? Sorry, my scrolling is a little glitchy. I don't know. Is this the same level as this? It's the same size? Presumably not, right? Presumably the sibling of this is this. And this is a subsection which has no siblings, and these are subsections. Okay, well, if you don't find this interesting, then this is just what I do. So let's look now at the code. On the left is what you just saw, and on the right is what we're given. On the right is what we're given. And here's where the folks at the GPO might tell me, I don't understand this, but we'll see. So here, on the right is what's generating what's on the left. Oops. I can't scroll very finely. So here we have these elements. Here's the main heading that we see here. And here's the first title, number 1. And as you'll notice, where's the end of this element? It's way down here at the end. And everything between those two is Title 1. That's the way we like it. That's the way it's supposed to work. There's a beginning tag and an end tag, and everything in the middle is the content. But now let's look at the internal hierarchy of Title I. See, we just have this appropriations major, whatever that means. And then we have another one, and it ends. It has a header, but nothing else inside of it. And then we have another one, which is a sibling. It too has no content. And then we just have a series of these things with different names, intermediate and small. And it's not till the small one that it has some content of its own. So unless I misunderstand, that's that's not what we want. That's not the way it's supposed to work. That's not the proper way to represent the parent-child relationship in XML. We want these things to be nested. Like they're all nested inside of this title element, we want them to be further nested to accurately reflect whatever the relationship is. This heading should be inside of one element with all of the things it's a heading for. So the question is, how do you map this into Acomo and Toso? And that's not an easy, I don't know that I'm sure what the correct answer is, but I can show you what I did. Last slide. Here they go. Almost matched them up. That's as close as I can get. What I'm trying to show is that on the right they're nested. They're properly nested. They're joined together. This level, this intermediate level, it has a header, and then whatever this header applies to, all of those things are here, and they're inside of the same element. So that's the end. It was the thorniest problem to solve because I didn't think I would win the challenge if I just mapped these things on the left one-to-one, but I thought it would be better to try to reconstruct the hierarchy as it should have been. Well, thanks for that. If you have any questions.
I have a question.
Yeah.
I had heard a rumor that you described the challenge as a Sudoku puzzle. Is that true?
Well, I did do that. That was an impromptu remark. I wasn't prepared. But yeah, it's about it. You have a whole series of these. It's a vocabulary of tags to tags, and you have to match them up in the right way. And yeah, it's more like a puzzle than anything else. And if you're the sort who likes compulsively driven to fit everything in its place, then it's a good challenge.
Okay, I have another one. We've heard that you've been working with John Sheridan in the UK.
Yeah.
How's that project going?
Well, we started with what I did for the challenge, and the goal is to, make it more robust and more complete and something that might actually be used in production. We've just started. It's proving to be a little more challenging than I expected. There's so much variation in the documents that you all have, and there's so many of them that there are all these corner cases. It's enjoyable work. I like it, and I think it's good work, but it's still in the early stages. It's hard to get them all right.
And last question, beyond what you're doing with the UK, well, what is next for you?
I don't know. Maybe ideas will come out today.
Okay. Well, great. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Good. That's great. I even get a free phone out of the conference. So this is. Anybody leave a device up here? All right, I'll give it back to you then. We'll be good. What we're going to do is go to break. We've got coffee out there. If we could be back here at 11:10. What we're going to do is have Kirsten repeat her cycle of life discussion for everyone who is enjoying standing in lines. And then we're going to talk about the legislative modernization initiative from the Office of the Legislative Counsel and the Office of the Law Revision Council. I kind of think of those two offices as the bookends of legislation because it all starts in the Leg Council shop and it all gets a bow put on it in the Law Revision Council shop. And the modernization initiatives are really looking at how we can do a better job in the drafting and examination of legislation. So with that, we've got coffee and conversation. So we'll be resuming at 11:10. Thank you. The green one that is in use is the equivalent of House Public, but it's like wired def.
Yep.
And the gray line is on the inside of the House network.
Yeah. So I think what I need is this guy, which is the VGA.
Yep.
That connects to.
And then we've got to check the scale. So I'll let the presenters know. Go ahead and swap. And then they'll have to swap back.
Yeah, of course.
For the slides. So because all the slides are here.
Actually, I have for the AIP stuff, I have it all on my laptop.
There's also Ralph's slides.
Right. So I guess
what we're going to do is
Kirsten's going to go first, and then is it Ralph?
Then Ralph.
Okay.
And then Sandy.
I'll jump on. Yep. So I'll just swap it out.
All right. And why don't we put it on now, and I'll tell the video guys to make sure it gets we've got the right framing on this thing, and not half of the slides.
Yeah, let's just. It's just a little cut off on the side. Um, 2 and 3. I think it's here. They're just really light. Like you can see them. It just doesn't come out very. Yeah, it's the same as on my screen. It's just cut off a little. So I think what I'm going to have to do is I'm just going to pull it over a little bit. I think it'll be fine. You know, in case I don't. Okay, this should work.
Secondary materials. Anything. If you are okay, so no. Right. So well, it doesn't have to be that. Well, that's a good question. So Frank Dennett, who's no relation, who was with Japan, asked me setting up. Would this include proof that the science that they is cited? The answer is yes. So, for example, I'm in a homeowners association. We have bylaws. And that group wants to set up their Robert Burns order. But one of the funny things that happened while doing that, while I was doing this TEDx, the needed to be at like the staff people had to exist, but it's also something that you couldn't have punishment. We're going to include standards bodies as secondary materials, which is funny because and he actually made a very good point a couple years ago in the article how law was a way to encourage use of well, I don't think it was that. He said something where it was more like building codes thing, where you had to pay for. Right. So if you have to pay for the law, it's ridiculous. So, but I realized that, it's like, there should be a citation for standards bodies, best practices, and standards documents. So I concluded that as one of the things. Why not? Because yes, it was sort of like a ding. I did it as a joke, and then I realized that it was. Then I realized. But that's my point. It is. I realized after I made the joke that it was serious, and so there's other stuff that I brought up, like in civil law societies, they have French system instead of amicus briefs per se, things like that. There are commentaries on laws that are extremely important. And then how do you say something with
Test. Test.
Model, that would be great. The uniform commercial is another excellent example of something you grab and pull in like a chair. You extend jurisdiction. It's like secondary. It's like anything I want. You fit it in the other three. So how would you like to have a citation standard electronic version that you can put your XML, and that's what I'm going to be working on. So feel free to participate, by the way. No, me. You come to me. I'll make sure. Joe sort of had that too. Yeah. I only because I've spent some time with Grant the last couple of days, but I've known him for a while. He was doing some great work. He's really glad to have gotten into the help. No, this is one of the things where I'm just very excited. People on the outside the world, transparency. I don't realize many people come to things before we can that they go down here. And the stuff that Joe was doing was way out in front of everybody else. And some of the other things that it's just like people on the outside just assume that things are behind the scenes, but often there's a mixture of everything. It's way out in front. Or when it seems fuzzy, it's one of the things where everything follows practice and law. You can't get out in front of those things because it's not the law. It's not, can't be done. So you're sort of held back. Well, I really want to, and I don't have my card, so I just decided I want to take a picture of me on one of the speakers so you can find me. But I want to, I told Reynolds I would I'll just tell you, it's very simple. They have DOL and AOP on the page where it shows it's an empty tag and certain stuff. And they'll just say, oh, just look from the last end of line to the next one. I said, yes. First of all, that makes sense. Now, two, it's the way I do it is I say, we'll call it DOL and AOP, but I want to call it entirety of line and entirety of page where there are attributes. You add two attributes for starting, and you use XPath starting within that. So if you function in there, break like empty thing. But for me, it's a way to embed the XPath within the end of that line number or page. And I can explain the architecture of why I came up with it, but it's very simple. If you look inside of it, you will know, it'll tell you what the page number is because they already that's already, yes, because they already do that. That has to be part of the DOL, what line number it is. So it will say what line number it is, but instead of just assuming it's there, you have two attributes or more for starting at the end of the line. And that way, you'll be able to go through and grab the XPath. Right, you have to round trip. You have to. Cross-reference. This is the same solution. This solution is my solution because this solution has a table outside of the XML document. You're right. So architecturally, there is a table that you have XML, OXSL, or something is determinant of where the line comes and stuff like that. And then there are issues with identity. I'm not even going to get into all of that. I'm not going to, right, but I know that so essentially, architecturally, you have XML, which can never truly be the same as a printed page. So I don't put that XML can never do it. So what I say is, what you have to do is you have this, but you can have points on that piece of paper. There's a way to describe that piece of paper, like line number paper. The same thing with video. So it's the same architecture. So timecode, SVG, anything you want that's for tips or something like that are out there. You can't use it in XML, but what you can do is create a cross-reference or use it between the two. So Joe's idea is to have the table. I say, forget that, generate it out there, but then bring it in. But the table, but the EOL or in the line is a great place because for some people who really believe that tags are the way to go, it does that, but then it's a convenient place to stick that column row into it. So it's a compromise that allows their processor to work on it and allows someone who actually wants to do it to right way, where you have to have that table created to know it, and then what you do in that line is then you include a link to the PDF portion. So I know how to make PDF URLs to help other people. I know the inside of a lot of this stuff, but I don't like to do programming myself. So, but architectural systems. So I, then you can actually include the link from there, and you can include the link from the PDF version into the not XML, but the web-based version of the help that XML out, whatever. But in any case, then you can go back and forth between the two. And so in my DOL, which I renamed entirety of line, we'll see if it gets into the standard, but at least Fabio did it. Yeah, he's saying.
I don't know. That's one of the reasons what I'm sort of nervous about.
And you should be. You should be.
Well, that's why I'm involved with both that here. People like us who have a view into major participate
in the Oasis.
Technically in the Oasis group, and then Rodriguez is working on how we got Oasis party to Library of Congress and groups like this Congress. And I don't know if we can, and or grant is sort of a factual summit.
I told Reynolds I would be a liaison. So I held myself out publicly and talked to people internally as a liaison. And the people at Oasis who run Oasis know that I'm going to say that I'm doing it. But that's what I want to help you guys do.
Someone has not put together some of the issues that of your question. I want something to
I'm sorry. There's a technical committee which is sort of the generic name of all things, and then separately within the committee that broke into subcommittees, one of which will handle the technical issues of the citation, as opposed to more of the semantic aspects of I'm the only one who's going to be talking about PDFs. Because I know that PDFs. My staff here.
All right. Good morning. We are going to, as promised, we're going to do a quick rerun of the cycle of life if you are a piece of legislation or a piece of legislative language. So let me turn the podium over to Kirsten Gullickson from the Office of the Clerk, and we'll see if we can think of hard questions the second time we see this stuff.
Yes. Thank you, Reynold. And I had a lot of time this morning while we were waiting for some of you to get into the building, but today this time I have 10 minutes, so I'm going to make it as brief as possible. As Reynold said, my name is Kirsten Gullickson, and I'm in the Office of the Clerk, and I am excited to be here at this third Legislative Data Conference. Out in the lobby, you should have seen a technology timeline. There's lots of great things about when we had technological advances here in the House. I want to point out that yesterday I learned one little factoid that is not very clear on here, but the Library of Congress was established in the 1800. And the last sentence I have on the technology timeline reads, within a month, former President Jefferson offered his personal library as a replacement. And this was after his collection was burned when it was here in the Capitol during the War of 1812. It said he offered to have the U.S. government buy it. And so any of you who think it was a myth that he gave us his personal library to restart the Library of Congress, it was a myth. We actually had to buy it. And there's some interesting history. And this morning, NPR ran an article, a news story about it. So a little interesting fact. And I believe that the library is having an exhibit of some of his collections of his personal library. So a little factoid there. So let us get started. As you know, we have legislative information on a number of websites, both gpo.gov, congress.gov, house.gov, docs.house.gov, and, of course, I'm in the clerk's office, so clerk.house.gov. And we have a flow chart out in the information table, and it's very similar to this one. This one will be out there as well, that describes the workflow between the clerk's office, GPO, and the Library of Congress. We all know that there's government or criteria that our government data needs to meet. Over the years, those of us who care about government data have tried to determine precise adjectives to describe how our data needs to be. This is a scan of a sheet of paper that I have at my desk, and we know that government data should be accurate, accessible, complete, detailed, and searchable. The White House says it should be available, discoverable, and usable. As a government employee, my first thought is it accurate? Are we publishing information that is accurate in the time frame that we're publishing it? So back to the technology timeline, it starts with the date of 1789. Although the Constitution did not mandate open sessions, the House opened its doors to the public starting in April of 1789 during its first meetings in Federal Hall in New York City. We all know an open Congress is not a new idea. Since those first meetings of Congress, the House has been preparing, managing, distributing, and archiving its official proceedings and documents. Today's challenge is not will we have open sessions, but today's challenge is how do governments, including the United States Congress, modernize their workflows and systems to utilize today's newer technologies, adopting those that are most beneficial to our ideals of democracy and a free society. One of the other things I want to point out to you that's going to be out in the lobby, if you haven't seen it, this chart right here is an original chart of how a bill becomes a law from 1974. It's fairly accurate to how we do legislative process today. There are a few exceptions that are no longer in the House rules, but it is one of the most detailed charts that you can find to explain the legislative process. And so on this chart, there's about 20 decision points for the shortest path for how a bill becomes a law. I'm going to explain to you right now how a bill becomes a law in 8 objects and highlight some of the projects that we will hear about at the rest of the day. Some of them we heard earlier in the bulk data task force. And I have about 6-7 minutes, so I'm going to go pretty fast. And for those of you who heard this already this morning, thank you so much for staying in the room and listening again. So as we all know, laws begin as ideas. These ideas may come from a member of Congress or from a citizen like you and I. Citizen engagement is important, so we have 2 projects here. Over in the CAO's office, they have a project called Communicating with Congress. It is a project to aggregate advocacy vendor traffic through a common gateway to member offices so they can respond to constituents in a timely fashion. This is not a public API, but a private API that is protected by API keys and IP restrictions. In addition, as you all know, we're starting a modernizing member and committee data. We are working on the laptop so that if you didn't get a chance to answer all the poll questions that you heard or you saw earlier, you can do so out in the lobby. Now, the member is empowered with her idea from you. They work with the House Office of Legislative Counsel to draft a bill. To help in drafting bills, the House Office of Legislative Counsel, or HOLC, is working on a number of projects. One of the projects is called Mini Ramsire. As you may know, and explained in pages 5 to 8 of how our laws are made, the Ramsire rule requires bills to show exactly how it would change existing law. It's called the Ramsire rule after Representative Christian William Ramsire, and his bio-guide ID is R000031, who served from 1915 to 1932. The Mini Ramsire project is very similar to another project that HOLC is working on called the Amendment Impact Program, or AIP. Both the Mini Ramsire and the AIP program can be used in various places along the legislative workflow path to show how proposed changes will impact a bill or current law. Just right after me, we're going to hear from Sandy Strokoff, the Legislative Counsel, about these projects. After the bill is drafted, the member introduces the bill by dropping it in a hopper. After the bill is processed by the clerk's office, the bill is sent for publication to the government printing office. GPO not only prints the paper version of the bill, but they also post the bill online. Data about the bill is sent to the Library of Congress for posting online as well. This process of sending data from the clerk's office to GPO and the library happens throughout the legislative process. Again, we have workflow charts that are going to be in the back, and you can also find them on xml.house.gov, and there's a little link called Resources on the left-hand side, and the charts that you see here today are posted there. And that URL is also on the bottom of your technology timeline, the paper copy. 2 projects here. We started with releasing bill summaries of bills on February of 2014. As you all know, the Congressional Research Service writes summaries throughout the legislative life cycle of the bill. In addition, we are going to work on a project to release bill status information in bulk. We've just started this project, and we're very excited about it. And again, these are partnerships between the clerk, the library, and GPO. After the bill is introduced, it's referred to committee. The committee holds hearings and markups of the bills. There's 2 projects here. The first one is committee roll call votes in XML. This project is in progress, and we have 6 committees who are starting to use the tool to create their committee votes in XML. And the tool that we added into our XML editor was created by GPO, and they've been supplying support for us, so we thank them for that. Soon you will be seeing votes in XML on docs.house.gov, and this is recorded roll call votes in committees. The second project is to create standards about the committee hearing transcript document and make it easier for committee clerks to produce the document. We'll hear more about that project from Reynold. So after a committee reports a bill favorably to the House, the bill is placed on the House calendar and scheduled for consideration. The Rules Committee will also meet to decide on a rule for the consideration of the bill on the House floor. As mentioned earlier, the House Office of Legislative Counsel is working on a project called AIP, or Amendment Impact Program. It will improve understanding on proposed amendments to bills. Again, we'll be hearing from Sandy, and we're going to be seeing a demonstration of that tool. We will also hear about their project called Lookup and Link that will help find law references in bills and other documents. So I'm very excited about these tools and how they will help our members create our laws. So we're this far into our legislative process. And the House, in this scenario, the House passes a bill. And to become law, the bill must pass the Senate and be signed by the President. So since this is just a House conference, I'm going to ask you to read in your book how our laws are made. On page 37, it talks about the Senate process. And then if you want to learn about conference committees, they start on page 37 as well. And presidential actions, including veto, start on page 50. And so those processes all describe a much more complex legislative process than just simply we all agree and we're all going to move forward. So after both chambers have agreed on the bill and the President signs it into law, it is published. So the public law document is called a slip law, and then if the new law amends current law, the U.S. Code is updated. There are two projects here as well. Both projects are happening in the Office of Law Revision Council. The first project was to put U.S. Code in XML. It was first released in July of 2013. The second project is providing LRC with a system to allow them to draft all positive law titles in XML. And if you don't have a grasp on positive and non-positive law, listen to Harlan Yu this afternoon. He gives a lightning talk on this subject, and it's very concise, and you will definitely understand the difference between positive law and non-positive law. And unlike when I said this morning, he has arrived in the building. Related to the U.S. Code and the codification process, the Law Revision Council is also in the process of creating an editor that will allow them to draft their codification measures in XML. And we'll be hearing more about those projects from Ralph, the Law Revision Council. And there we have it, all the projects that we're doing along the legislative life cycle. If you have any questions about where resources are or where you find them on the website, certainly let me know. We also have, again, the flowcharts are on xml.house.gov under additional resources. And then on congress.gov, they have some excellent videos on the legislative process. We have time for questions?
If there's a question.
If we have time for a couple questions, if anyone has any questions. If not, you're always welcome to grab me afterwards. All right.
Great. Thank you, Kirsten. We'd like the next panel to come up, and it's like a commercial preview. Now, come on up and sit down. Ralph Seep is the Law Revision Counsel for the House, and he is going to be seated at the far end of the table. Sandra Strokoff is the Ledge Counsel for the House. Her office drafts the vast majority of bills and amendments that are considered originating in the House. Harlan Yu is working in Sandy's office on a project that they're going to be talking about. I think there's a overall legislative modernization initiative that has had several results that have occurred already that we've talked about, results that we're going to talk about today, and some other things in the pipeline. So this is a status update. And for some of these projects that are sort of just gelling, we're also looking for this opportunity to get some constructive feedback on how they work and, your thoughts on what needs to be done going forward. So without further ado, let me ask Ralph Seep to come up and tell you what the Office of the Law Revision Council is doing. Oops.
I'm not getting this up.
Take off my glasses.
Maybe I should do it. There you go. Yeah. Great.
An F5. Can you get it?
I'll get a slideshow here. Okay, great. Well, good morning. I guess it's almost still good morning. My name's Ralph Seif. I'm privileged to serve as the Law Revision Counsel for the House of Representatives. It's good to be here. I'm here with a couple colleagues from our office, two attorneys, Ray Castellanos, who does a lot of our classifying, John Wagner, who is our tech interface, and we're very glad to have him with us. We love the conference because we get to meet a lot of people who are interested in legislative data, its effective distribution, and distribution to the public and to the Hill community itself. As Reinhold said, we're involved in a House modernization project, a coordinated set of projects between the Ledge Counsel's office and our office, started in September of 2012. And our side of that ledger is basically one project in 3 stages. Got that up there? Stage 1 is putting the United States Code into XML. That's a need for accessibility, and it's a project that we're really looking forward to and finished. Stage 2 is a positive law codification drafting system in XML. And stage 3 will be the United States Code editing system in XML. Stage 1 is finished. We delivered XML in a state-of-the-art USML schema in July of 2013. What you're looking at in the slide right now is our downloads page, which illustrates that you can download XML, the whole code, or title by title. You can also see that you can take a look at the USL schema and style sheet there and a link, and also a link to our user guide. We spent a lot of time on this user guide in-house. We wanted to make our data accessible to the people and easily usable on our site, and we provided that in the user guide. You can also see that the code is downloadable in XHTML, photo composition copy, GPO locator code, and PDF. Just an aside before I move on, this is a slide of our new website, uscode.house.gov. For years, we were a paper shop, updated the code on the web only as an afterthought, really, and after we had completed our edits and sent out to GPO. That meant that we were 9 months, 20 months out of date sometimes by the time we got it up. And our site was dated from 1990s. So basically, we were posting dated information on an antiquated site. Not exactly the ticket to become somebody's favorite and to choose. We've done a lot of work in the last 3 years, a lot of work. We have transformed our internal procedures to prioritize the web, to do an update on a law-by-law basis. For example, this session, 11373 is the first law. It's up through, I think, 113-107 now, 34 laws. We have had 8 or 9 updates in that time, 5 months. So basically, we're updating on a bi-weekly basis, and that's a huge improvement for us. Also, our beta, or our website, is been renovated. In 2011, we put out a beta, and we got a lot of positive feedback from people on that. We took some suggestions, put out another beta in 2012. That was finalized as our site and posted as a permanent site in August of 2013. We think our site is a current site, a highly qualified site, and it's highly accessible, downloadable in various formats. And yet, I constantly hear from people, not constantly, every once in a while, that law revision is dated and with an antiquated site. That's not true anymore, and we'd like just to make that general knowledge, to use the uscode.house.gov. John Wagner will be out in break periods with a laptop out there if you'd like a guided tour of it. Otherwise, just access it yourself. Stage 2 is the positive law codification drafting system. It's an impressive-looking site. I love sitting in on the meetings when we're talking about the design element, and I so enjoy. In fact, I spent more time than I planned to just getting absorbed in the whole process. But before we get to the slide, why positive law codification? Okay? Okay, you guys get a new cool tool. So what? Positive law codification matters. It matters tremendously to streamlining the legislative drafting process and to the organization of the code. It's kind of like a reset organization button in various parts of the code to renovate certain structures that have gone wildly out of context and wildly out of, or not wildly, disorganized. The legislative drafting arm there is basically when a codification bill is introduced, what an author does is gather all the laws on a given topic and gathers them together, 60, 70 laws on a given topic, and organizes them and structures them in a new structure that is a positive law title. That title is then introduced as a single statute. And if Congress passes that, what goes on is that structure is adopted as the title, and the drafters can then draft directly to the title. The other laws, the background laws, are repealed so that they no longer have to draft amendments to the XYZ Act of 72 to affect this change, or the ABC Act of 64 to affect this change, or the I Don't Care Act of 31 to affect this change. They can draft directly to the code itself. It streamlines the legislative drafting process. The second thing it does is it gives an organizational reset to various portions of the code. The code just gradually, because of the accretion of data, legislation gradually gets out of control, basically. And certain sections of the code get disorganized. And over time, as the laws have accreted over time, various sections of the code are very much disorganized. What positive law codification helps with is the organization reset in that, making it much more understandable for someone researching in the code. The code is 50,000 pages of data in print. That's a lot of data. And when it's disorganized data, that can be particularly problematical, no matter how you get it, with what format you get it in. Codification system will put this whole process, which matters both for the drafting process and for the reset organization process, into XML. Basically, what's under the hood there is over my head, really, but what results is the 4 documents that will be in XML. The codification bill itself, listed there, and also by the documents that will come along with that in the system that the plan is developed, an explanation doc, section-by-section explanation for the bill that will accompany, will actually become the committee report, a note recommendations for us. Not everything that is gathered as a potential entry into a particular topic of the codified title will end up being classified, end up being in the bill. So those processes that don't make it, those laws that don't make it, will have to be reclassified in various non-positive law sections. That note recommendation is an internal document that helps us tremendously with the efficient processing of that information. And then we have a comparison document that we think will help people understand the process of codification and its advantages, both in drafting and both in organization. The restatement of it will be on the left, and the source document will be on the right. I'll compare section by section by section by section. A lot of times, the blocks to codification are basically suspicion. You're changing things on me. This is not happening. That's not happening. We are enacting and streamlining this, and we're not making substantive changes. This compare document will goes a long way in relieving people's fears in what's going on in a codification statute. Stage 3 is our U.S. code editing tool. That will not get started in 2012. We have documents that look like this in-house that talk about the engine of this. We have 9 different components in the code editing. It will be quite a complicated process. So that's my update. Again, if you've not been on our website recently, uscode.house.gov, please get on. I think you'll be pleased with the advances we've made in the last 3 years. Also, if you just want to see it on a guided tour, John Wagner will be on his laptop out in the lobby, and please buttonhole, and we'd be happy to do that for you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ralph. Let me see if I can get out of this one. I'm going to take my glasses off to read slides. Again. Just you can do up and down.
Okay.
There. Okay.
I need instruction on how to do the slides. I'm the first to admit I'm not very technologically adept. I'm Sandy Struckoff, Legislative Counsel. I'm here with Ed Grossman, Deputy Legislative Counsel, and Peter Schweck, who's the project manager for the projects I'm going to describe. Couldn't do it without him. I'm going to describe, under the modernization initiative, I'm going to describe 6 projects we're working on. For those of you who don't know, the Office of Legislative Counsel is actually created by law, and our purpose is, quote, to advise and assist the House of Representatives and its committees and members in the achievement of a clear, faithful, and coherent expression of legislative policies. That is, we draft legislation at all stages of the legislative process, introduce bill, committee and floor consideration, working with our Senate colleagues on the text that goes to the President. The office is nonpartisan and bound by attorney-client privilege in all our communications. Ralph described the modernization initiative, which began in 2012, and we actually been working in collaboration with his office. And as I briefly describe what we're looking for, the strides that the Lower Vision Council has made have been enormously helpful to us. Now, this first thing is real kind of geeky, and it's something internal to our office. But we have been maintaining, well, our work depends on the accuracy and currency of compilations of the laws we work with, those titles of the U.S. Code which have been enacted into law, positive law titles, and then those that haven't. And those that haven't require that the underlying statutes be maintained in current, accurate form, and those compilations of laws are what we maintain. We're looking towards the day when we'll be able to maybe get out of the compilation business by working with Lower Vision Council and just automatically hooking up to their restatements of underlying statutes. But as Ralph said, it would be so much easier if everything were enacted as positive law and we just go directly and amend those and not worry about maintaining the underlying statutes that make up the uncodified non-positive law titles of the U.S. Code. So if we're going to accurately draft, we have to have accurate and current compilations of laws. So this project to migrate, we were maintaining our compilations in the Bell Code, and in migrating them to XML, we discovered that the output, the PDF, was not necessarily accurately reflecting the law as enacted in terms of things like format, and sometimes information would be lost. So this project was basically very labor intensive, and I think we're still working on it. Okay. To basically compare the XML output to the Bell Code and make sure everything was exactly correct. The reason why we want to maintain everything XML, aside from the fact that the entire house is moving towards XML, is we have certain macros that we can then apply to XML, which will make and keep the compilations updated so that we won't have to do it by hand, which is what we've been doing up until now. It's been very painstaking, tedious work that's involved a lot of members in our office, a lot of proofreading. But this is something, again, which is crucial to the accuracy of our work. A lot of these compilations, as I said in this last bullet, are available on our office website, and as we move more towards XML, I see the point at which All of them will be available. Right now, they're just in PDF format. Will be available, and again, for anyone would be able to look at right now, members, and even some members, some people, I think on our public website as well. The second project is the Drafter's Toolkit. Kirsten made reference to the Mini Ramsire program, which is a version of the Ramsire program, but it's something that at the push of a button, you could take a bill and you could say, I want to see the changes existing law made by this bill. But you see where here the database of the laws has to be accurate, as I just described. And again, composed of this titles of the U.S. Code that we've enacted in law and these underlying statutes I described. The value of this is to be able to check also the drafter's work. If you're working on a draft and you push the Mini Ramsire button, and if something doesn't execute, or it'll tell you what happened, or you look at it as reflected in the law and you realize it's not quite right, the drafter has an opportunity to correct errors at almost any stage of the process. Ramsire is just required by the rules now just to be when a committee reports a bill, but there's so many other stages where it would be significant when a committee is considering a bill. When it goes to the floor, what the document that may be before members for consideration is not the reported bill. It's another version of it because of things that have transpired between the bill being reported and the bill being taken up. Then at the incredibly crucial stage at conference, when this is the final version that's going to go to the president for signature, you really want to make sure everything is accurate. To doing a Mini Ramsire on any part of that or the whole thing is really, really important. So it's an awesome tool. We are still in development. We're still perfecting it. But I can tell you from personal experience, I've used it, and it's caught a lot of errors, little teeny things, an extra period, or I put a comma in the wrong place, or there are 2 commas, things like that. And then the other advantage is our clients see how the bill, is reflected in current law. Makes it easier to understand the bill, which we draft in cut and bite format. Additional features in the Drafter's Toolkit is one where you kind of jump to statute. If you're in an XML law, you can click on a section on the left. Let's say it's Social Security Act, which is a massive document. You want to go to section 1802, and you click on the left, and it immediately pulls you to section 1802. You don't have to scroll down. You don't have to do a separate search feature. And there's also, you can create amendatory instructions from compilations by, you go in a compilation, and there's a menu that says, what would you like to do? Would you like to say this section is amended? And it kind of pull that into a bill as you're drafting it. Again, it makes things easier for the drafter and ensures accuracy. Now, legislative lookup and link, the concept behind it is that there are a number of formats in which there are references to laws, and whoever is reading it would like to be able to click on a button and see, well, what does this provision of law look like? The where am I feature in our XMetal, in compilations is sort of one version of that. It would be great if you're in an email or some other document, you would be able to push a button and say, this is what the statute looks like, again, to make it easier for everyone to understand. And the user interface is in the bubble on the right. It's functionally separate from the lookup mechanism so that LLL can be used with a variety of devices and contexts. That's the goal. So it wouldn't be, well, you have to be in this one format, else it doesn't work. Additional projects, the information management, it's a program to improve the tracking of our office workflow, which is a huge it's just huge. We draft thousands and thousands and thousands of pieces of legislation in any year. And it's crucial to be able to track it, know who's working on it, whether it's been assigned to someone, especially during peak times. Like, for example, right now, the House is considering the Commerce State Justice Appropriations Bill. Under an open rule, we're drafting hundreds of amendments in a very short period of time. You know, has someone been assigned this particular amendment? Someone may, you know, it's just really, really important. And so that's, again, in its initial stages, and Peter's really crucial with that and working on that, as has Ed Grossman. The track changes would allow you to go into one of these compilations and you kind of mark it up. This is the way I want it to look. It's sort of like a reverse Ramsire. And then you'd be able to push a button, and then that would sort of create the amendatory instructions, create the amendatory bill. So that's, again, another feature that isn't very, very, I don't know if we've even started yet. I think, no, we haven't started yet, says Peter. Now, what reference has been made before, I guess Kirsten made reference to the Amendment Impact Program. And in a minute, I'm going to turn it over to Harlan, who's kind of the genius behind this. But it basically shows how an amendment to a bill or other base document, which I'll describe in a minute, will impact that document. As I mentioned a couple of minutes ago, lots of times what is a document that is being considered before a body like a committee is not the introduced bill. It is what may be called a chairman's mark. It's a total substitute for the underlying bill. Same thing when a bill goes to a floor. It won't be the reported bill, but it'll be some other base document. So this program would be able to, you again, and Harlan will describe it, you kind of push a button and then it will produce a document which shows the impact of the amendment under the underlying bill. So just like the mini Ramsire program, it will improve the accuracy of drafting. So if you're especially under time pressures, and you're drafting an amendment and you push this button and the Amendment Impact Program, something didn't execute. So you look and it will tell you why, and it's probably a drafting error. So you can fix that before you deliver the amendment and before errors are perpetuated down the road. Again, this is something would have a lot of value, like the mini Ramsire program, to be able to do it there every kind of stage in legislative process. So again, the accuracy of the drafting gets improved and in an efficient and also timely manner. Obviously, we'll allow members to see how the bill will read with inclusion of proposed amendment, and then also committees that might be deluged with a huge number of amendments, and they will want to see the impact of one or more amendments on the underlying bill or base document, just to assess what's going on. So this is a very exciting program. And since I'm the non-technologically adept person here, I'm going to turn it over to Harlan Yu, who's going to describe how AIP works.
Hello. Let me just get this set up. I'm Harlan, and I'm really excited to be here today to talk about AIP. It's a project that we've been working on for the last 6 to 9 months. I'm working on this together with folks at Essential, primarily Bradley Chang and Ari Hershowitz, who's here in the room, in conjunction with Sandy and Ed Grossman and Peter Sweck from the drafting office. So, as Sandy was mentioning, this project is motivated by primarily 3 things. One, that members will know what amendments they're voting on, what amendments actually do to the base bills in committee and on the floor. The other motivation is that it will improve the quality of the process and the outputs. So, for example, drafters will be able to notice whether they're making mistakes when drafting amendments, whether they're striking something that doesn't exist,
or they're adding things that actually have the impact that they intend to have. And the third main motivation is to increase productivity in the committees. So, for example, in the Rules Committee, oftentimes when there are a large number of amendments, being considered, they could help, AIP could help them check for conflicts to know which ones can be adopted at the same time. Okay, so we've built we just finished phase 1 of AIP. So this is still experimental, and we have a lot to do, but we definitely have a working system that I'm able to show today, which I'm excited about. So let's see. I'm just going to pull this over so you can see it. Okay, so AIP is a web application, and this is what it looks like. It takes 3 inputs. First, you need to have the amendment in XML, and you also have to have the base document that the amendment is modifying. Here, we need both the PDF and the XML of the base document, and the reason for that is because amendments are often drafted in one of 2 styles, and sometimes in a third mixed style. The first style is page and line, where a drafter will say, on page X, line Y, modify this or that. The other style is a descriptive style, which says, in subsection 2B, modify the paragraph to look a certain way. The problem is, for page and line, that information is only captured on the PDF, on the printed page, once it's actually rendered. So we actually need to look at the PDF to figure out where the page and line start and end and where that content actually is. And we also have to have the XML because that tells us, it makes it much easier for us to figure out where sections and subsections and paragraphs are. Okay, so a user comes to AIP. The first thing they'll do is select an amendment. And I notice the 2 and the 3 under there, there's buttons there that are kind of grayed out. It's hard to see on the screen here, but they're there. So what a user will do is they'll select an amendment. And so I'll choose this one right here, which is Good Lot 059. And what AIP does is it automatically has associated that amendment to the base document that it was drafted against. And so the database of AIP essentially has ingested a number of public bills, essentially all the public bills that are available on GPO's FDsys, on docs.house.gov, on both the floor page of what might be considered upcoming in the week, and also on the committee repository side, which shows all the meetings and all the base documents that committees are considering. So we've built a system where we can now have a matching between the amendment that was drafted and the actual base bill. And the way that we do this is we had an add-on to XMetal, which is the tool that drafters use to draft these bills, where when the drafter starts to create an amendment, they'll actually choose the PDF of the base bill that it's being drafted against. That allows us to make this automatic link. Okay, so once the user has chosen the amendment and the base bill has come up, if the base bill doesn't come up, let's say it's being drafted against a private bill, what the user will have to do is just click and to select and upload the PDF and the XML of the bill that he or she wants to run the AIP against. And the user just hits process. And if you just give it a second, what we have are 3 different outputs. And you'll see that on the left. There's a red line document, there's an executed document, and then there's the amendment itself. So first, let's look at the amendment itself. What we have is a rendered version of the amendment that's marked up, where for each instruction will indicate whether AIP successfully processed on that instruction or it failed for some reason. So let's look at the first one. If you guys can see it, it says page 12, line 3, strike subsection B and insert subsections B and C. So what a drafter will want to do, let's say the drafter is trying to check his or her work, will go to the red line document, which is a rendered version of the base document. In this case, it's the Rules Committee print to HR 3309, the Innovation Act. The user could scroll down to page 12 and see that on line 3, subsection B in red was stricken out and subsections B and C was intended to be added. What the user can also do is go pop from the red line document to the executed document to see how the document would look if this amendment instruction and the amendment overall would look if it were accepted. So if you click on the executed document, it takes away the coloring and actually just inserts the inserted text and takes away the deleted text. So you could actually just read it in context to see whether or not it's how you want it to look after it gets accepted. So we support a pretty large number of page and line instructions right now. Essentially how this works, and I'll explain, is that we build a grammar for amendatory instruction language. And this is based off of a style guide that the drafting office has, where there are just lots of common patterns of instructions and how they're written. And so we've built a grammar to try to understand these patterns. And I'll talk a little bit more about how that looks under the hood in a second. Very quickly, I'll just show you another example. So a user could go back to the main interface, clear the files, and just select another amendment. This time, I'll select Delbin 015. And this is drafted against a large bill. This base bill is about 650 pages, so it takes a few seconds for it to run. But once it does, we could look at the amendment, and rather than page and line instructions now, these are descriptive instructions. So in the same way that you saw page 12, line 3, we can also say, in section 1101, strike subsection C. And then on the red line document, if we just search for 1101, we'll see that we can strike out section C, which strikes out everything, including its subparagraphs and everything else that's contained within it. So you'll see here also that there are certain kinds of instructions that AIP can't yet handle. So this one, for example, it's a mixed style instruction that uses both descriptive language and also page and line language. And I actually probably should have shown you on the previous one, and maybe I'll just go back to it really quick since I forgot. You'll see in this amendment, and this is actually a real amendment that was offered. You'll see here that there are a few instructions that have failed. So in this case, page 38, line 1, strike ombudsman and insert outreach. If we look at the red line document, you'll see if we go down to page 38 that line 1 says small business patent ombudsman, but ombudsman's right here. And the reason why this failed was because the drafter typed lowercase o ombudsman because it's in a title, and probably should have typed uppercase O ombudsman and inserted a capital O outreach. So this is a way for drafters to kind of detect the errors that they might be making and to kind of fix amendments in the process of drafting. Another type of error that we can detect is where a drafter might not be conforming to a regular style that makes amendments harder to understand and harder to process. So in this example, page 53, lines 13-14, after a particular quote, insert another quote. The reason why this fails is 13-14 is not a standard style that Hulk likes to see. Usually they'll use something like 13 and 14 or 13 through 14. And so AIP is another way of kind of enforcing on drafters a particular style that just makes amendment documents a lot more consistent. Okay. Really quickly, I'm just going to give everyone a quick peek under the hood about how AIP actually works. So, as I said earlier, there are three inputs. There's the amendment XML, the bill PDF, and the bill XML. And the first thing we need to do, actually, is to prepare that base bill. So what we do is we look at the bill PDF, as I was saying earlier. We analyze the layout of the PDF, find what content is on which page and line. And what we do is we extract that content and then insert into the bill XML page and line tags. And what we'll get is an enhanced bill XML that we can render with CSS, that we can show all the content with the page and line, which looks very similar to the PDF that was, which is actually created. And so once we do that, we can combine these two, and we have an enhanced bill XML that we can finally apply the amendment to. And so the second step is to actually parse the amendment instructions. And what we've done is we've created this grammar where we can understand a pretty large and flexible number of page and line insert instructions, and these are just examples of the kinds of instructions that that we can handle: page and line strike instructions, page and line strike and insert and amend instructions, and the same for descriptive type instructions: insert, strike, and strike and insert. And once we've parsed the instructions such that we can kind of understand the logic of what the instruction's trying to do, the third step really is to apply that logic to the enhanced bill XML. And so what we do is, once we know what the amendment's trying to do, we'll look up those citations, we'll find that text, and strike and insert as appropriate. So the way that we do that is we just add deleted tags around content that needs to be deleted, added tags around things that should be added, and if it's, say, a whole section that should be deleted, we'll just add an attribute in the XML that tells the CSS to render it as added or deleted. So we finished phase 1 of the project, which is essentially a prototype that has a scaffolding of how all of this works. It handles a large number of instructions, and we're starting to get drafters to start using it. But there are a bunch of other use cases in phase 2 that we're going to be building out in the next couple of months that I'm really excited about. So the first thing that we need to do is really to expand this instruction grammar to handle a larger variety of instruction patterns. Right now we're handling very common page and line, very common descriptive instructions. We can also handle redesignation, which means when you insert a section, you'll want to redesignate the subsequent subsections such that the numberings are still consistent, and also with the table of contents. And so we can handle some basic versions of those, but what we really need to do is to expand this instruction grammar to handle more patterns. We also have lots of ideas for improving the user interface to better navigate between changes, where you could click on an amendment instruction and pop to the place in the base document where it's changed, where you can go back and forth between changes. I think for large bills, as you saw, I had to kind of scroll to page 38. A really useful feature we think that we're going to add is to really just collapse the areas where no changes are being made, which makes the amendment impact really pop out more, where you can really focus on areas where the text was modified. In talking to a lot of users who have started to see AIP within the House, one thing that's become apparent to us is that it'd be really useful to add a feature to apply multiple amendments at the same time, especially in the Rules Committee, where at the end of the day, a certain subset of offered amendments will be accepted, and you want to know whether all of these are consistent. And the committees will want to kind of select and unselect certain amendments to see which ones have, in aggregate, the right impact. Sorry, this dongle is not behaving. So we're probably going to add that feature on the front end to apply multiple amendments at the same time to a base bill. And finally, what we've done initially was to create, as I said, an association between an amendment and a base document. And what we've come to realize is that this one-to-one mapping between amendments and base documents is not super flexible, because oftentimes what happens is the base document itself will change slightly through the process. And once the base document changes, the link between the amendment and the base document will no longer be there, or at least the most current version of the base document won't be there anymore. And even though the amendment itself mechanically would still work against the new version. Let's say you just fix the typo. So what we want to do is to build a more flexible mechanism such that even if the base document changes, that amendment can still be automatically applied to the new versions. So that's where we are with AIP. We are starting to get users at Hulk to use the system, to demo it, and to really figure out where the use cases are that we need to kind of tweak to make it easier to use. The Rules Committee is also very interested in using this, because a lot of what they do is the mechanical process of cutting and pasting and figuring out what things fit together. And so this is not quite public. It's not quite full, but this is the progress that we've made so far, and we're going to keep working on it in the coming months. Thanks.
Well, thank you all. We've got time for a couple questions if anyone would like to ask one. Good. So I think right?
I think that's a question for Reynold. For the time being, we're going to use it here in the House. One thing that's become apparent to me as I've been working on the project actually is how sensitive AIP is. Initially, I didn't think it was. But you can imagine that, if you're amending the draft version of Obamacare, that you wouldn't want that base document to leak out. And it's surprising to me, as an outsider starting to work on this project, how much drafting is done in private. Drafting of amendments to private bills. Even before things are introduced, we have drafting happening against that bill. And so the confidentiality rules in the House, which are often referred to as speech and debate, I think are really important to keep in mind. So, the mechanics in the system themselves, I think, ultimately are probably not confidential. I think that's a decision for Reynold to eventually make. I think right now it's not at the stage where it can really be used publicly, but at some point, I think it's
And I would say, so when we think about speech or debate, which isn't even just in the House rules, but is in the Constitution, which basically, when Sandy talked about attorney-client privilege, all of the work that is done when members are considering legislative strategy, legislative drafts, and amendments is all constitutionally protected. Obviously, there's a difference between the technology and the substance. We're thinking that there's a couple things that we need to do as we look at using phase one that I think has been alluded to. One is it needs some more testing so that people like the Rules Committee can have high confidence that it's an accurate tool. That's sometimes one of the distinctions between the folks in the transparency community that can do things more quickly and sometimes more innovatively, and if it doesn't quite work right, you come back and you tweak it and you make it work. We really don't like to tweak legislation that's reached the president because it isn't quite right. Those sort of do-overs aren't really a good thing. And so tools like this that are going to be used in the legislative process to understand the amendment impacts and maybe be making those evaluations of what an amendment does in committee and for members as they vote on the floor, before we roll that out, we want to make sure that we don't say, gee, member X, here's this great tool. It'll help you explain more readily what this amendment does. Oh, well, the software's not quite working yet. And so I would expect frankly, for the rest of this year, that we're going to be in a more maturing this behind the curtain. The first place that we have been talking about using it in a public way is in those cases where we have both public bills and public amendments, that they have been filed. Both have already been filed, and there's not a speech or debate issue, and people want to know what the impact of those what those amendments are going to be on bills. So this is a tool, I think I alluded to earlier, that we're interested in people's comments and ideas. So this is not the car show where you can buy one at the dealer the next day. This is a little bit of the R&D lab showing what we're working on. Other questions? They've turned the lights up. They've turned the lights up because apparently the webcast was a little dark, so you're a little faded out there. Not seeing anything else. Anyone else out there? Let me thank the panel, and let's thank the panel. I know Sandy would rather stay, but she probably has hundreds of amendments that she needs to work on. We're going on a break to lunch. We're going to reconvene here at 1:30, and because sometimes the first panel after lunch is a little deadly, we're going to do legislative lightning round. Some people said 5 minutes wasn't really a lightning round. but we've got a number of speakers who are going to talk about projects that they are working on and give you updates, some from outside and a few from inside. And that's what we're going to be doing at 1:30. So if you haven't been here before for lunch, there you can go outside and hopefully be able to come back in. The CVC cafeteria, when you go outside and up the steps, if you keep going through that wall, you'd find the cafeteria, but there's a wall there. So you need to go around, past the bathrooms, out into the public space in the CVC if you want to use that cafeteria. You can also go back through the tunnels into the house, and some of us are going to be doing that. So people who work here out of the clerk's office and house administration can help point you in that direction. So thank you very much for a successful morning after we got everybody into the building, and we're looking forward to a good afternoon. Thanks a lot.
Hey, there you are.
See you.
Good to see you.
I'm just took myself.
Pacing.
No, it's like
Just like a TED Talk.
pacing. Yeah.
I got to nail it.
Well,
You got to pace the stage.
unfortunately, I didn't take the time to write it all out and memorize it, so it won't be like a TED Talk.
It's just not on top of your head.
That's true. But then,
Shoot, I'm encouraging you. You can do it.
thank you.
Just
thank
fire
you.
it off.
Thank you. Sorry about this morning. Boy, I
It
got
was
in-
like 25 to stand up. I got here like at 8:45, 8:50.
You must have been like a
shut
minute
down.
behind me. I
Yeah.
got in at
Little
probably
bag with
8:40.
white powder in it.
I mean,
Just shuts down. And my daughter couldn't even. My daughter's interning for sessions.
Oh, that's right.
We woke up, we just came from rules. I gave him this
So you
little mouse
you
award.
missed the AIP thing. Oh,
So I was here from like.
So you missed the part where they talked about risk.
I guess I did. Yeah.
They had amendments. It was how to amend things, and they were kept talking about how it was Judge Counsel's office. Anyway.
Yeah, he's very proactive with all this stuff. I was just with him and his communications director, and then they're having rules as meeting at 3, and he wants me back up there at 3, and he's going to talk about the award and the transparency efforts of the committee and stuff at the beginning right here.
Oh, cool.
So, yeah. But yeah, my daughter couldn't even get in from Rayburn over to here. So,
We were in place, and it was coming around to local. So.
Yeah.
It's just scary. Because otherwise,
we were all sort of gathering, and then there's the hordes of kids and visitors and stuff out there. We're going to throw in that line. So the Capitol Police were kind enough, all of us in suits, as he sort of kept us off the side. He says, "You guys are the first ones in." And then one of the staffers, one of Reynolds' staffers, came up and got us. Said, "Great, we're going to go to the Capitol and down and over."
Oh, you were the. Oh, they mentioned
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. So it was about 9:45 or something like that. Oh my God! So it was about an hour delay. And then I had to leave just before the break. I left right when in the middle of the guy who won the award competition.
Yeah.
So.
He was here yesterday, so a few of us went out there. Good. Certainly interesting. God.
Lost some weight.
I in any case, he worked for a law firm and just decided to leave. Sounds right. Spending some figuring out what he wants to do, doing coding, goes in that cement. Which for me seems normal, but for other people,
yeah, exactly. There's just a few of you that are really jazzed by that, right?
And that I've never heard of. I mean, that was the aspect. It just came out, he's not these young kids sort of coming out. Oh, I'm going to do this kind of stuff. Not someone mid-career.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I increasingly feel older and older as I come to these events. Is Josh? Have you seen Josh? Has he been
Yeah, I saw him. He's standing right. You see the crowd of 5 people
there
in
he
the
is.
corner?
Yeah. And then Chris Brown, our new IT guy, he's in the back there.
Well, I'm going to go sit in the designated next up.
What are you doing tonight?
spot.
You got plans?
Nope.
No? Why don't we, we're going to have a meeting, which you're welcome to tag along to. We're meeting with Bruce Nohu and JC, John Chamberlain. You know them. We're talking about building an API connector for data for Salesforce clients. So we're going to probably grab them for like 30 minutes or so, and then we could go grab a bite to eat. This is Chris Brown. Chris. Daniel Bennett.
Hi.
Daniel, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. He's about to give a TED Talk. Awesome. Inspiring minds.
The way I'm going to be speaking will be more like a Theodore talk.
Good. All right. Are you going to be here till the end?
Oh, it's a bit early.
Okay. So, okay. we'll catch each other at the end at the minimum. Okay. Because I'm going to go back up to rules and I'll be back down. Okay. So.
And on here. Good afternoon. My name is Ronald Schweikart. I'm with the Committee on House Administration. We're going to start the afternoon for the Legislative Data and Transparency Conference. So welcome back. Just a couple of housekeeping things. There is no food and drink in the auditorium, unfortunately, from the rules of the CDC. So I've got to ask you to keep that stuff on the outside. We do have coffee out there if you're under caffeine, and on the in the break in the afternoon break we're going to do soda. So we'll try to keep the blood sugar and the caffeine up in the afternoon run. What we're going to do now is a series of flash talks that are roughly 5 minutes. I may start doing the hook thing at 5 minutes 30 or something. So we're going to start with Eric Mill, formerly of Sunlight, and now with somebody else. Can I say who you're working at GSA in their F-18 project, or 18F sounds like it should be a military project, and he's going to talk about Congress and GitHub. Eric?
Thanks. So, yeah, I'm not here on any particular affiliation, but I'm going to mention several things that I contributed to during my time at the Sunlight Foundation. So I'm going to talk about GitHub, which is, it's impossible to do a social media talk without talking about Twitter or Facebook. And since I'm going to talk about open source, you can't really not talk about GitHub. So just actually, hands in the room, who knows what GitHub is? And leave your hand up if you have an account. Okay, about a third to half the room. That's pretty good. So I'm not going to give a super in-depth explanation of GitHub. You could go for a long time. GitHub is basically a way for people to share their work and collaborate with other people. And on a finer grained level than working together on, say, a report, which you might do in Word or Google Docs or something like that. On GitHub, you might work together on a project. You might work together on a folder full of files that you're sharing, similar to Dropbox. And it gives you a lot of tools to effectively work together for people to propose improvements and changes and for you to negotiate accepting those and and very effectively accept work from the outside and collaborate. So what I'm going to focus on here is a number of projects that relate to Congress that have been occurring on GitHub for the last few years. I'm going to go through way too many slides, and it's going to be, or tabs, I mean. These are all tabs. But on the slide that I showed here, there's a link, bit.ly/congress-github, which has a link to everything that I have up here if you want to dive in deeper afterwards. And obviously, I'm happy to answer questions and stuff. A project that is the most basic and the initial founding example that I think may sort of ground this for some people is collecting information about members of Congress. So that's something that everybody has to do if you work with Congress. If you do any sort of product or application that uses it, you need that data. It is not offered in any one place, in any one consistent format. There is no data from the House on all of the data about members of Congress that you would need. So we have a project whose sole purpose is to collect that data and store it and version it inside GitHub. So this is I don't know if that's visible, but this is a file that has information on members of Congress. This is David Jolly, who got specially elected not too long ago. This is us updating his address, office, phone number, and full name that we downloaded in an automated way from the Office of the Clerk, from their member website. Once this data is here in this project, which has information on members back to 1789, once this is here, anybody can use it for anything. We have extensive documentation on how to use that. We release it all under a public domain dedication. So not even a traditional open source license, but just a truly public domain waiver to use for whatever you want. We will use that data, and it'll show up in, and I say we, I mean a whole bunch of different people in the space, from GovTrack to Sunlight to Cato to many organizations that are here, will use this data in whatever way they see fit. Similarly, it's a pretty well-known secret that a lot of people get data from Thomas, from thomas.gov. Also equally well-known, GPO is a different data manager about Congress. GPO publishes the text of bills. Thomas publishes everything else. And if you actually want to build anything that uses bills in a meaningful way, beyond just displaying them, you actually need to combine those things together. And there's a valuable role in civil society and the private sector and the world for other people to work with congressional data about legislation that isn't just Congress and isn't just government. So we use GitHub to collect the work to gather this information in one place, release it in a public domain manner, and just have that be released freely to the world. We actually do this in a place on GitHub because we just didn't want a brand name to it. We just called it United States, and it is just meant to be a commons. There's not any particular organization that owns it. Me and Josh Tauber and Derek Willis and a few others are sort of kind of oversee and make sure it doesn't get out of hand, but that's just all on our personal time, essentially. But we're there because it relates to the work that we do in our own time and in the time of our jobs. And one of the things that happens here, and this is a point I really want to make, is that it's not just the actual data and code that we share there, is that we also are regularly discussing how to actually make use of this, like how we're all in the weeds using it and integrating it into our work. And that means that all of a sudden it's really important to talk exactly about the field names you're going to use, or whether the 113th Congress, you should represent that as a number or a piece of text, that sort of thing. And so we have, and we're looking here at, it's not quite, it's a little small for the window that I have here in the browser, but this is essentially a mailing list, a discussion tracker, where dozens of people are talking about the very nitty-gritty of using congressional information. And it's information and discussion that will be valuable to everybody in this room, especially the people who are producing that information in the first place inside Congress. Just because I'm running a little bit out of time and I want to jump into that, so this is a thread that took on a life of its own about a year ago, almost exactly a year ago this time, which was talking about whether amendment numbering in the House matches what appears on Thomas. It does, most of the time, and there are really arcane exceptions. And we needed to talk about this for quite some time in order to figure out what we were actually going to do. There's 5 different people in this audience who participated. Everybody except for Congress itself, except for the people who actually are there working with Thomas and working with the House vote information. And, you know, of course, we reached out to the people involved in that and talked to them about it, and that helped. But they're not here, and they're not talking about it. And that's a real big missed opportunity, especially because we're not always going to know when to reach out or what to reach out about and how to phrase those questions. So to ground it even further, right now, many of you may be aware that time? Okay. There's a committee repository, and we're downloading all of its data, and we're talking about it all the time. I'm making this very brief now. You know, we're actually processing this information now, or in that process. And there are issues, and it would be great to be able to talk about them with the people involved. And we all, because we're all doing this together on GitHub, we're actually working together, giving each other ideas. We are having more fun and getting more work done. It's a virtuous cycle and a productivity engine that Congress could be a part of. So my challenge to Congress for next year is to show up on GitHub, to talk on it, and to find a way to get your lawyers to get to yes on doing that participation and on actually contributing something. Whether or not it's part of our project or not, just being there is an incredibly valuable thing. It would be a symbol and very practical. So thanks very much.
And next we're going to have Seamus Kraft, who is going to be speaking about an update on the Madison project.
Hello, everybody. Hey, Josh. Yeah, they say lightning never strikes in the same place twice, but lightning talks do. Madison 1.0, the very first version of it, and actually the impetus for starting the OpenGov Foundation, launched in this exact same place almost 2 years ago, when Congressman Issa rolled this out at the first Congressional Hackathon. So it's an honor to be here with you today. I'm here to talk to you about the actual process of legislative creation. This is Congress. We're all process geeks. We all know our civics. The point of Congress is legislating. Everybody's here to make bills, pass new laws that match up with society that we live in today. But something isn't working. That bill is not very happy. Of the 7,200 or so bills and joint resolutions that have been introduced in this Congress, a little over 100 have become law. That's a 1.4% success rate. It's easier to summit Mount Everest than it is to actually pass a bill into law. People who climb Mount Everest survive at a 29% rate or get to the top. So it's a lot easier to climb that mountain. Something's not working the way that it should. Now, there are a lot of reasons for this. There are legitimate differences in vision. There are legitimately unworthy messaging bills that are introduced and should not become law. But that does not account for nearly all of that 98.6% failure rate. I don't think it's the fault of staff or well-intentioned members of Congress. It's not some vast right-wing experience that Congress can't pass laws. It's a tough work environment. This is one of the hardest places to do the job. And looking around, there aren't a whole lot of tools that are built for it. I think what we're here today discussing is just that almost sunrise moment where innovative technologists are actually working on the guts of government and on legislating. Now, we felt those same frustrations as Hill staffers. I worked for Congressman Darrell Issa as a staffer, a technology staffer, and we felt all those same frustrations. We didn't have a way to collaborate with each other that was efficient. We didn't have a way to share our legislative work with those outside of the great congressional firewall, and we had no way to tap into all of the wealth of knowledge and experience that exists in the users and fellow American citizens online. So we built Madison. This was a very much hacked together online public policy collaboration tool. You can see text of a document. You can see the ability to annotate, comment, do all the things that you would in a shared work environment in other walks of life, except Congress. Now, this predated bulk legislative data, so we created all of that delimited, chunked up data for annotation and collaboration by hand. We put it out to fight the Stop Online Piracy Act, to tap into all the knowledge about tech policy and how the internet actually worked that was excluded in the development of those bills. And by gum, it worked. Over a year, we tested 11 policy documents through the online lawmaking system known as Madison. We had 2,400 plus people sign up, making all of these edits, delivering the first crowdsourced bill in the history of Congress. And one of our documents actually was just signed into law, the Data Act. That's a huge victory for online lawmaking as well. We beat $100 million of lobbying with open legislating, and we had users from everywhere in America as well as most of the places around the globe. So this is clearly something that people are looking for. Now, what has happened since then? Well, we started this nonprofit foundation called OpenGov, which is where I am now. But we've built Madison 2.0 to be a lot better than the 1.0 hacked together version. It allows direct annotation on policy documents. It's a secure drafting environment. It's open to all. It's wickedly flexible. And today, we now have a super duper 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 beta version of it out for the U.S. Congress. So just like Daryl announced the first version of Madison here, I'm here to announce the second version for Congress here today. Now, what can you do to get involved? Drop me an email. If you or your staff would like to check it out and be a beta user, we would love to have you participate. And if you'd like a demo, drop me an email, come find us afterwards, and we hope to have a nice 2.0 custom-built version of Madison running in Congress to help you change that 98.6 failure rate to a much higher success rate for the American people. Thank you very much.
And next, we're going to have Harlan Yu from Robinson U come and talk about positive and, I just like to say non-positive law, but all the lawyers laugh. So we'll call it, can't call it negative law.
Not negative law. No. Where are the slides from?
This is, if you just blow out of this one and go. All right, where I've got the picker. Sorry, I've gotten this lost. Not sure where I put them. Folder on the desktop. Ah, there we go. Oh, wait a minute. You want to do the PowerPoint or you want to just do your slides?
Oh, the
PowerPoint, okay.
All right, I'm back. So I'm going to talk, you guys have heard a lot about positive law codification this morning from Ralph and others. It's a somewhat confusing topic that I first came across in grad school when I was trying to build tools that worked on bills and the U.S. code. And it was a barrier that I encountered that is not always apparent to people from the outside, but it definitely makes technologies much more difficult to build. So I'm going to talk about positive law codification. I'm going to make this large. Okay. And the difference between positive law and non-positive law. And I think it's a really important distinction to understand when we're discussing how technologies can and should improve the efficiency and transparency of our legislative process. Okay, so first we'll start with a little bit of history. Before 1926, if you wanted to learn about federal statutory law, you had to look at these statutes at large. And the statutes at large, all right, hold on. These are advancing automatically. I'm just going to do it this way. So before 1926, if you wanted to learn about federal statutory law, you had to look at these books, the statutes at large, which publishes the laws in chronological order. So the first law might be about health care, the second law might be about national security, the third one might be about copyrights. But if you want to learn about the current state of, say, copyright law, as compiled and as amended over time, the statutes of large won't get you very far. So what Congress began to do in 1926 was to rearrange our laws into topical categories. And these topical categories and these volumes are now called the U.S. Code. So Title 17, for example, is everything about copyrights. But Congress was worried when they were doing this that as the existing laws were being rearranged, that the meaning of these laws might actually get changed accidentally. And this might happen because, say, cross-references need to be updated, stylistic changes need to be made for consistency reasons, or certain provisions might not ever make it from the existing law to the new rearranged law. And remember, this process started in 1926, and so things were being done on pencil and paper. And so what Congress did was it said that the U.S. Code is only a copy of the law. And the authoritative version of the law was still the statutes at large. But then things started getting confusing again because now provisions were located in two different places. They were located in the statutes at large, which is the authoritative version, and then there was a copy of those same provisions in the U.S. Code title. So Congress began an effort to make the U.S. Code itself the authoritative law through a process called positive law codification. And so here's how it works. To make one title of the U.S. Code into positive law, Congress will pass a bill that does two things. The first thing it does is that it enacts the entire title into law, and then secondly, it will repeal all of those provisions that were scattered in the statutes at large. And so Congress will do this for each title, one at a time. And so since 1926, progress has been actually pretty slow. Up until now, only about half the U.S. Code titles have been enacted as positive law, the ones in red on this slide. And the other half remains a copy of the statutes at large. And so this is the reason why, when you have bills today, they're sometimes written to amend parts of the U.S. Code, like Title 17 in red here, but other times provisions are written to amend, say, the Clean Air Act of 1963 or the Truth in Lending Act of 1968. It's because these provisions in those acts happen to be classified into non-positive law titles. In those cases, Title 42 about public health and Title 15 on commerce and trade. And so by codifying all of these titles into positive law, we'd create just one place where all the permanent and general laws of the United States would be stored. And this would significantly simplify, I think, the process of organizing and understanding what the law is. And so codification also has other benefits, like fixing existing problems that is built up in the code. And so for the geeks out there, this is basically like refactoring your source code and getting rid of cruft that has built up over time. And so it improves organization by, say, renumbering difficult citations, 16 U.S.C. 460 ZZZ-7, which has been crammed into a corner of the U.S. Code. It also fixes statutory drafting errors where Congress amended a law and made a mistake. And it also fixes situations where there might be duplicate sections, where you might have timing issues, where one law gets passed, another law gets passed right after, and they actually added the same section number, in this case, Section 1932 in Title 17. And it also, eliminates obsolete provisions like reports that need to be reported to Congress that made its way into the U.S. Code, and it improves the overall consistency and style of the code. And so all of this hard work is done by the good folks at the Office of the Law Revision Council, who continue to draft new codification bills to convert the remaining U.S. Code titles into positive law. And it's really painstaking work, and it takes, significant effort to prepare each one of these bills. And so one of the upcoming House modernization projects that Essential is working on is to build a better tool that can help the codifiers at OLRC more efficiently and consistently draft these massive codification bills. And so these bills are nonpartisan. They make no substantive changes to the law, to the meaning of the law. And so they should be uncontroversial, but they really do take a lot of time. And so at the moment, there are at least 6 bills ready to go right now that are codification bills. And Ralph C. told me this morning that there are actually 2 others to improve, Titles 35, 36, and adding new titles where, in 1926, when they first constructed the code, didn't realize that space law would be a thing. So space law is now Title 51, and now we have Titles 52, 53, 54, and 55. And so these bills go through a lengthy commenting process with federal agencies, with legislative committees, and with outside practitioners just to make sure that the restated law, the organization makes sense, and everything kind of made it from the existing statutes to the title. And so these bills eventually need to go through the House Judiciary Committee, but as you might imagine, the committee members aren't super excited or don't realize and don't get too excited about the mechanics of positive law codification. But I think they should be excited because in the end, once this all happens, I think it will significantly improve the ways that technologies can be adopted in the House and can be more simplified to kind of improve the transparency and efficiency of how the process works. So thank you.
Are you behind me? And we're sticking up our light. Our next speaker is going to be Derek Willis. And let's find the flash talks for that. All right, and the speakers now have a little countdown timer in front of them.
All right. So, hi, I'm Derek Willis of the New York Times. I used to cover Congress. I now sort of cover Congress again, and I want to talk to you briefly, knowing that I'm preaching to the choir a little bit and that many of you don't actually have the ability to put these recommendations or suggestions into effect, but you know people who might be able to, so that's the hope. Anyway, I want to talk about things that I can't find on member websites. And again, realizing that you don't build member websites, most of you, but there may be some of you who do. So I'm a news person. I go looking for news. Where do I go looking for news? I usually go to, the news and media section of member websites. And then I go looking for things like RSS feeds. And I get this error, which I found at dozens of member websites, where they actually have a link to an RSS feed that doesn't exist. And the document is empty thing is just really dissatisfying in a lot of different ways. One of the ways is that it's not even XML. Like if you're going to have a link to an RSS feed that doesn't exist or is empty, at least make it XML, because that's what things that read RSS expect to find, not HTML. So there. This is my sworn enemy, which is not this particular page, but this particular format, which is now cropped up again in dozens and dozens of member websites, because many of these are now starting to use the same or similar base of templates or content management systems to power their sites. It's something that you notice if you look at member websites a lot. And that's a good thing in general, in the sense that, you want to have consistency, or it's nice to have consistency. It probably saves money for the institution as a whole to have sort of consistent frameworks or, for member website content. But many of these are also not sort of commercial packages in the sense that like they're Drupal or some other open source package that is customized for the member websites by folks throughout the institution. But in this instance, every single website that has a press release section that looks like this, every single one does not have an RSS feed. And that doesn't really make a lot of sense to me because, one, I know it's possible. Like, RSS has been around for a couple decades now. Some members even, lots of members have it. So, it's definitely possible. And also, the software package, the content management system that runs this website not only has it, but it's like a push-button thing. Like, you check a box, and then you get an RSS feed. So this isn't even really extra work in the sense of, it's going to take someone's time and effort to make this possible. So here's what I've done in response, and you can kind of check and see the things that I've done. But there's a repository for the Upshot, which is the New York Times sort of microsite that I work on now. That now I've written a piece of software that goes out and it checks member websites for press releases. For those that have an RSS feed, it's easy. I use that. But for those who don't, I've had to write manual scrapers to pull the information off of sites that look like this. This is, on one level, I sort of like writing scrapers, but it's very hard to justify to my bosses that it's the absolute best use of my time to write scrapers for websites where literally all you would need to do is click a box and you would then get a button and then you would get an RSS feed that could just be consumed like that. So, no presentation, at least on behalf of an event organized by the Committee on House Administration would be complete if I didn't take a gratuitous shot at the Senate. So here you are. Senators, new senators, freshman senators get they all use the exact same template for new senators. And again, like asking for an RSS feed for something like this almost seems beyond the pale. I guess the advantage of this is that they all get this until they all move off onto some other platform. Senator Cruz was on this version of a website for a year and a half, which I mean, his website is much better now, but for a year and a half, like this is how you would look at press releases. So it could be worse, I suppose, but that's really kind of a low bar. I mean, don't you want to be better than the Senate, right? So some suggestions. RSS is a pretty widely adopted standard, and it works, and it's usually, we're well past the point where you have to actually write software to make it happen. Most software just sort of comes with it as some kind of feature. So use it. If there's going to be a problem or potentially a problem with the RSS feed, well, do the web standards right thing and have it return XML anyway, because that's what everybody is expecting. Don't use please don't ever use relative dates. I mean, you can, and obviously it's mostly a pain for me, but relative dates are terrible, terrible things. And don't change the CSS, or change the CSS all you want, but don't change your URLs. Redirects are a thing on the internet. I don't know if, like how many member offices are aware of this, but like content goes and usually it's just gone. It's not redirected. So try not to change URLs. Try to change the CSS when you want something to look different. So thank you very much.
And do we have Daniel Schumann? Or let's, oh, there you go. Okay. And we'll switch.
You're using it by timer.
No, we'll give you a new time. Repeat. Start. Now you're on the clock.
I'm on the clock. Okay. I want my 5 seconds back. Hi, everyone. I'm Daniel Schumann. I'm here to represent the Congressional Data Coalition. I also work as policy director for CREW. So the question, of course, is why did we create a Congressional Data Coalition? Millions of Americans use legislative information provided by third parties. Don't worry, I am not going to read all my slides. Legislative information is terribly important. We have found that a group of us have been working together regularly to work with Congress, and Congress seems to work better when it has an entity to work with and not just a loose agglomeration of individuals. In terms of the number of folks that use legislative information from third parties, we have a couple of examples. One, Josh in the back. See, shout out to you, Josh. GovTrack has 8 million unique users in 2013. Cornell, Tom Bruce, who I'm looking at also hiding in the back, cowering. Hi, Tom. Has 39 million page views of the U.S. Code alone. As we can see, third parties are a tremendous multiplier in terms of access to important types of legislative information. It's not just people in the public space that use legislative information, it's people in the government. It's the legislative branch, the executive branch, and the judicial branch use tons and tons of this information. Just a couple of examples. Ted Henderson, who is either here or will be here shortly and will be talking more about this, has something called Capitol Bells. It's used by 250 members of Congress and 6,500 staffers. Again, I won't read all the slides. But what it does, in short, is it allows you to see what's happening on the floor and lets you know when the vote is happening right now, what the bill is. It's a supplement to the alert system that's out there. But as you can see, it's incredibly useful. It's been widely adopted throughout the House. GovTrack has been used by, has widgets on 80 congressional websites. There are 2,500 daily page views by congressional staff, and it's used by House and Senate leadership. In the photograph that's kind of difficult to see is because I took a screenshot from last year's Legislative Data and Transparency Conference where there was a presentation on DEMCOM, which is one of the internal sites. This is used by House Democrats, where information is actually taken from GovTrack and other third-party sources to talk about what's happening in the House. There's vote information. There's information what's happening in terms of floor activity or committee activity. There's all sorts of information that's pulled together from multiple sources. And they have found that they need to use third-party sources to be able to present this information for staffers. But, of course, I haven't quite answered the question yet of why a Congressional Data Coalition. we're trying to solve two problems. One is improved access to information, and the second is to allow the building of new services and platforms. So with respect to access to information, Eric gave a great presentation on GitHub, so I will just simply say that GitHub is a way of making human-readable information available for machines as well. This is what Eric is using it for, to try to turn what is very difficult to process into something that is very easy to process. Sunlight, of course, has an API. This is out of date, but last time I talked to Tom, it had 500 million calls since it was created. This is a way of making information available in formats that are useful. And there's an ongoing project called the Statutes at Large Project. Joe Carmel, who used to work for the House, is heading this up. Harlan talked a bit about the statutes at large, but one thing that he didn't mention is that there is a 76-year gap in availability of the statutes at large from about 1871 to 1951. So we've actually found a PDF of the statutes at large. We're breaking them into pieces, and we'll make it available so that people can go and find a particular bill, a particular law that they're interested in. This is an effort to supplement the work that Congress either isn't able to do for resources issues, or that maybe they can't use this particular source because it's not official in a certain kind of way. In terms of new services and platforms, part of what happens here is recombining information in ways that can't necessarily be done in a particular institution. So Eric was up here before. One of the tools he built when he was at Sunlight is called Scout. And on Scout, you can see, with a simple search, we'll return results for bills in Congress, court opinions, federal regulations, state bills, oversight reports, speeches in Congress. So if you're interested in transparency and you do a search for this, you actually have a 360-degree view of what's happening at the federal and state level. It is incredibly useful. And I think, yeah, it does have also pulling information in from a legislative branch. Sunrise Congress is apps of different platforms, so you have mobile devices. You don't just necessarily have to go to the congress.gov website. You can go here and get contextualized information on your mobile device. And there's businesses as well, like Legisite, for example, which helps people draft legislation by pulling multiple data sources from different places. Still haven't answered the question of why Congressional Data Coalition. Short answer is Congress plus external stakeholders makes better information available for everyone. We are a coalition of citizens, public interest groups, trade associations, and businesses that work together to make this information available to everyone. We are here to be partners. We are here to help. And that is the end of my presentation. So thank you so much for your attention.
All right, and then we're going to have Jim Harper from Cato. And oh, you got another one somewhere? Maybe the old one. All right. Put you on the clock here.
Visualizing government data flows. I'm a non-techie, constantly trying to convince people about the importance of government transparency, and I'm trying to make it easier to understand. Last year, I stood up here and I did a transparency soup to nuts talk, and I realized in preparing it, nobody knew what soup to nuts was. So here again, it's an American English idiom conveying the meaning of from beginning to end. I put it in there only because I think it's funny. The work we do is at Cato is called Deep Bills. We're adding meaningful XML to the XML that we gather from FIDSYS. The Deep Bills Twitter account recently retweeted a blog post where you can access this PowerPoint, because I'm going to go through it really quickly. I have 9 seconds per slide, according to my calculations, and about 4 seconds per slide because I've talked so much already. The ideal for data is for it to flow like water from the original source in a drinkable form. This water metaphor is one I've worked with consistently. And the ideal would be for water, the way, and I'm talking about third parties providing data to the public, this water to flow to these many different websites, apps, and services. A lot of you here are represented up on this chart behind me, out to the American people where they can use it to make sense of the government. But far too often, there's no data to be found. People like, does that look like more like Derek Willis or Josh Tauber to you? They have to create data where there was none before. Sometimes the data isn't in a format that's useful, that's drinkable, so it has to be cleaned. And services like people doing work on GitHub, for example, are doing that work to take data that's not potable and making it potable. A couple of years back, I did a paper called Grading the Government's Data Publication Practices, where we went through and applied grades to the major entities in the legislative process and in appropriations, budgeting, and spending. And I'm going to go through those quickly and do a visualization, non-scientific. Really, this is sort of a poll among a lot of people here, and not the last word, of what the data flows look like at this point. So House and Senate membership, sorry about the display you're getting, something about formatting there. House and Senate membership is gathered on GitHub from a variety of different sources. There's a lot of work that goes into making this data ready for use for everybody. Similar process at stake with House and Senate committees. On GitHub, they're gathering information from a lot of places. The ideal would be for it to originate in the House and Senate, ready for use by the public. Meetings of the House, the Senate, and committees likewise collected on GitHub by people doing the good work that they do there. Meeting records, interesting sort of anecdotal evidence here. Derek reported that he scrapes the congressional record, and I assume provides that to the public through the New York Times somehow. HouseLive.gov, give it credit. It's meeting records in the form of video that people can just go and download and use. I'm sure there are improvements that can be made in finding relevant video and relevant parts of video, but credit there on meeting records. Committee reports, the data is either not there or not in a usable format. PDF is basically not data, and HTML is hard to work with. Bills and amendments, a lot of work goes into this. You see in the lower left, we at Deep Bills pull in bill XML, and we add additional XML to it. GitHub pulls that in, along with direct data from FIDSIS, Thomas, Statutes at Large, and the Library of Congress American Century of Law program to produce more useful data. Votes come in from clerk.house.gov, senate.gov, a little bit of improvement on GitHub, and they're ready for use. Motions are a narrow technical part. Intra and intra-branch communications are a narrow technical part, not extremely important to transparency. We're going to talk, I think, a little bit later about the Data Act, and here's where the Data Act, I think, will have a lot to do in improving the availability of data. Agencies are the subject of legislation all the time, but there's no consistent way to refer to agency. There's essentially no data. You can access it at the Federal Register API, National Priorities Project, and our Deep Bills project create data where there is none. Similar with bureaus. Programs, the catalog of federal domestic assistance has data that's in CSV files that folks like Clear Spending, Sunlight Foundation Project, and National Priorities try to turn into good data about programs. And projects, there's really nothing to be found. Budget documents, no good data. The National Taxpayers Union tries to make data of budget documents. Budget authorities, no good data. Warrants, apportionments, and allocations. This is your money moving around, folks. There's no data. Obligations, data is difficult to find. People have to work hard to get access to it. Parties, the recipients of federal funds, essentially no data. Outlays, very little data. The Taxpayers Protection Alliance tries to produce data of it. The ideal would be for in all of these areas there to be rich springs of data that from the source are ready to use by these third parties and by the government for internal oversight flowing out to the American people to make the democracy work better. That has been my soup to nuts discussion of visualizing federal government transparency. Thanks very much.
Next, we're going to have Daniel Bennett, who is going to discuss some standards work that he is doing with OASIS. Let's see if I get the right. Sorry, wrong. Daniel.
That's right. I'm not Martha Stewart. I'm Daniel Bennett, and I'm here to talk a little bit about standards. Use a trackpad. One specific standard that OASIS set up, and OASIS is one of the major standards bodies in the world dealing often with XML standards, is on legal citations. And that work is very important, but I want to say that the person who invented the World Wide Web did us a lot of damage. Sir Tim Berners-Lee has not yet apologized for it. But citations essentially were a way for, someone to look at a document and say, oh, I have to go and look it up, that citation, and go off into a dusty library and be able to find that information out. And Tim Berners-Lee, when he created the web, said, oh, why not just make it a click, just a link away? And so there's been a lot of confusion, and one of the things that our technical committee is doing is getting into the weeds and understanding what a citation is, what a link actually is. One way we've done that is we've broken up into 5 subcommittees to sort of deal with, for example, we here in the United States think about it in terms of the 3 branches of government. This is not exactly that, but it's similar to it, where we have a subcommittee that deals with adjudications of court documents, court tribunal rules, subcommittee, also executive branch or regulations, administrative documents, and then something that's more familiar here, the legislation, constitutions, treaties, and parliamentary documents. Then I'm chair of the secondary materials committee. That means everything that didn't get put in those 3 piles. So if you have a homeowners association bylaws, we'll deal with a citation to that, for example. And then there's a technical subcommittee that is looking at how to put these into a technical format. And I want to actually look at the wiki that we're doing right now, and again, this is a beginning, of that subcommittee, which is chaired by Fabio, who will be talking a little bit later about another open standard. And the first thing we actually have to do is just talk about what is vocabulary. What is a citation? What is a locator or URL? These types of things, we're actually getting into them. If there is a citation, how do we deal with it? They're looking at it and seeing that there are component parts of it, and really getting into the weeds with all the different types of citations that are out there in the various jurisdictions. And then something which is looking at documents and coming up with a model for them so that we can better understand how to cite to them and come up with a standardized way of doing it. So that work is ongoing. I ask you all to take advantage of the work. It's open to the public. To participate, though, you have to become a member of OASIS. One of the things I'm hoping that we'll deal with in the future, based on this work, is once we create a standard, one thing that we'll be able to do, for example, I believe, is machine-readable document layers possible with human-presentable HTML using microdata. This is something I'll be bringing up in the various subcommittees, but the idea is that everything that document that is machine readable, I believe, should be human presentable. In other words, it shouldn't just be the geeks who get to see whether or not the data is good or not. And then the other thing is the use of these things as unique IDs. So the locator codes will then be able to use in other places. Now, here for the Martha Stewart portion of our presentation, I would take a look at Martha Stewart's website, specifically the buttermilk pancake recipe, which I love and been using for a long time. A recipe is a layered document. It comes with names, description, yields, all those things. And if you look at her website at the view source, you can actually see that a lot of that information has been coded in a machine-readable way. And that standard is being done by schema.org. The last thing I'll just mention is, again, if we have a good citation method, chances are we'll be able to use these citations for things like newspaper articles, policy papers, constituent correspondence, and other things where, because of the lack of a standard citation, we're not really taking full use of the data that's being created here in the Hill or anywhere else and being able to use it in other places. So I want to thank you, and again, go to the OASIS website to see the work that we're doing. Thanks.
And thank you, Daniel. And now we're going to have Ted Henderson from Capitol Bells. give you your own 5 minutes.
Hey everyone, how's it going? Yeah, open data. So yeah, I'm Ted. I'm the founder of Capital Bells, and Dan talked about it a little earlier. It's essentially an app that lets you track Congress in real time and get alerted when the House or the Senate's voting. And there's also a web app or a social network that allows you to sort of socially share your positions and sentiments on bills. And I may be a little biased, but I believe that legislative data and transparency means that we can create powerful and useful apps, especially apps that help Congress do its job. So, for instance, my app, Capital Bells, takes several different data streams. Some are novel and some are common. The core of it is leveraging the radio-controlled clocks, the bells that you guys hear on the Hill. You know, when they buzz, those are all radio-controlled, and I use that signal and send it up to the cloud to be able to tell anyone, whether they're out to lunch or they're in California, that Congress is voting. And another thing that it does is I scrape House Live using optical character recognition, because the actual data streams on House Live that have the yays and the nays that tell you how the vote's going, you know, we have the video of it, but the actual yays and nays data is not really open. So we have to use optical character recognition to be able to scrape those numbers and kind of guess at what they are, so we can tell you how a live vote is actually going right now. How many people have left to vote? You know, are there more yays or nays? And we used data from the clerk's XML feed, which is pretty good to be able to tell you, which bill that they're on right now, which bills have they considered over the day, and using Twitter accounts to be able to say, here's what's happening on the floor right now. So altogether, it gives anyone who's interested, and especially people on the Hill, an idea of, here's what I need to be doing right now, and here's what Congress is doing for me. And the result of that is that we have 15,000 users on the mobile app. Most of them are on Capitol Hill. Hundreds of them are members of Congress. Thousands of them are congressional staffers, and they're lobbyists and reporters, in addition to the general public. Although I guess probably mostly the hardest core political junkies. But then, for me, the transparency side is also a great way to be able to engage the public and help the public actually make sense of what Congress is doing and how Congress is representing them, which is their job. So the web app side, sort of the social side to Capital Bells, is this this element that lets you share your ideas on a bill. You can be you or me. It can be a member of Congress, and we can share our opinion on a bill, share what this bill means to us, and get our friends and our followers to support it. And then using legislative data from Sunlight Foundation, we're able to compare those interactions to a member's official positions, actual official actions that a member's taken, so we can tell you, how your interactions compare to your member of Congress. Where do you guys agree? Where do you disagree? And what's the totality of that agreement? So since launching that service last month, we've connected over 20,000 constituents to the Sunlight Foundation's Congress API for the legislative data, for those legislative records. So I think I'm in agreement with some of the other speakers who've come up so far, like Jim and Dan. My point of view is that if we get more of this data, we know more of what's going on, and we can open it up. We can create more powerful apps. We can have more useful apps and do cool things with them. What I really would like to see is I'd like to see us open up those C-SPAN, those House Live vote tallies, so that I or anyone else doesn't have to use optical character recognition. We can just have a verified stream of how the vote's going, because that already exists. It shouldn't be that hard. Closed captioning, the closed captioning system is to tally, so we can tell who's talking at any given moment and what they're talking about. Be able to have better data about the amendment series. The House Rules Committee has done a good job opening up the structured rules, but we still have pretty much nothing when it comes to an open rule. And then another thing I think would be cool, and this might be a science fiction for now, is having more of the sort of same sort of live data we have for the floors in the committees, so we can do the same sort of live alerts and live tracking of what's happening in the committee at any given time for anyone who's interested. I think that the overall result of that is that we can have a digital and interactive Congress. Depending on what your interests are, you can track Congress and you can interact with it with however is in line with your interests, and we can have a virtual Congress that we can all come to, whether we are able to come to Capitol Hill or not, and that we can use to help us do our jobs when we are here. That's it. If you guys have any questions, feel free to email me, and also I'll obviously be around. Thank you very much.
And now we're going to hear from the last of our flash speakers, Steen Hambrick, who is with, did we get you on here? Do you have it on a flash? Did you bring? See if it's. You have it with you, or did we? Was it on the other one? Is it under? Which one do you see? I don't see it on there. I saw it earlier. 1:30. All right. Do we have it still under? All right. Stand by while we hunt here. Under Calpona. Can you wing it? Sure. All right. Sorry about that.
I have some beautiful slides, so they're beautiful.
They're somewhere.
All right. Yeah, exactly.
Let's see if that'll come back to. Did we do the? We stick the PDF. All right, let's. I got a lot of slides, Jim. Oh, there we go. They're hidden somewhere.
Okay, they're not that beautiful.
You're going to oversell them?
Yeah.
All right, there you go. Thanks.
Hello, I'm Steen Hambrick. I'm with House Information Resources, which is a organization within the Office of the Chief Administrative Officer. Essentially, we're House IT staff providing support to House community. HIR is essentially the largest IT organization within the House, and so we provide everything from email to data center, infrastructure, web services, security, the whole 9 yards. So what I'm going to talk to you about in the next few minutes is a project that we have going on right now called Communicating with Congress. We call it Lightning Talk. So I got 3.5 minutes for Lightning Talk. So, all right. So real quick, what is Communicating with Congress? About in 2003, there was a lot of discussion between House leadership and some really smart firms such as Congressional Management Foundation, and trying to figure out how can we improve communications between advocacy vendors and members of Congress. And obviously with the advent of email and email communications, members of Congress were getting overwhelmed with messages, not from just one constituent to the office, but massive amounts of messages coming to a member office. And so in 2003, this was something that came up, and that's essentially when this concept was born. In 2010, it actually kind of took wings with the help of a lot of smart people, coalition vendors, advocacy groups, Congressional Management Foundation, a lot of House offices to include Committee on House Administration. We were able to put together or approve a XML standard for advocacy vendor messages. Actually, it was
created in 2010, actually got formalized in 2011. In 2011, HIR, House Information Resources, actually created a Communicating with Congress prototype to essentially prove out the theory that we could pass information from advocacy vendors through essentially what we call this CWC black box, or this essentially middle tier, and then pass it to members of Congress and their major application that they called constituent management systems. And that's where they essentially manage a lot of the communications from constituents and how they respond to them and act upon them. 2003, July, we actually began to work on an actual production CWC system. So this process diagram, this is essentially what we're looking at as kind of the 2B, and we're about 2 weeks away from actually rolling out something that we call the early adopter phase. So we're really on the cusp of rolling this out and making this real life. Essentially, the challenge is that the problem that we're trying to solve is kind of twofold. One is, from a member perspective, we're trying to improve their ability to respond or manage advocacy vendor-based messages because they come in massive amounts at one time. And we're also trying to simplify the process or incentivize advocacy groups to utilize this standard-based, XML standard-based process, so that as opposed to having a process by which they're sending information to every single member, essentially 441 different ways of doing business, we're trying to provide a single interface for them to send their information. In terms of what we see here, this is kind of what we envision. From a constituent working with an advocacy group and then ultimately an advocacy vendor or an aggregator of advocacy groups, they would essentially have a unique identifier for a batch of messages being sent. It would go into the CWC application, which is essentially a one public interface kind of a model. It's the part that my staff has developed. And then from there, it basically identifies, it groups the messages by member, and then will send directly onto a member CMS application or their database. From there, the member office has the ability to do a lot of things. They can identify, or they can basically do a lot of statistics. They can figure out how many messages are coming. They can respond to them in bulk. And so it actually is able to take a lot of the information and basically act on it quickly so that they can also focus individually on individual messages from constituents. Let me just say also that what we're also not, or what we're doing also is, we're allowing the constituents to continue doing their business as usual, being able to write to their representatives directly. Again, some of the project benefits I touched on already. It allows offices to distinguish advocacy vendor messages versus single constituent messages. It provides efficiencies in how messages are processed, and it provides a lot of value add on the statistical or back end or on the office side in terms of how they want to manage this information. They're able to really gauge, how many messages are coming in and what they want to do with those things to include bulk responses to those messages. Right now, we've completed all of the testing, and we're really in kind of the final cleanup mode before we roll out the early adopters. The testing was really kind of the CWC black box, which is really just making sure the plumbing works. The advocacy vendors making sure that the message submission process works. And again, it's really keyed on a unique campaign ID or unique identifier so that every time messages flow through the process, that when it gets to a CMS or a member's CMS package, that they're able to uniquely identify what that bulk of messages, or be able to aggregate and be able to identify those quickly and act on those. Again, within the next week or two, our intent is to start this early adopter phase, which is going to be using real live data. We have 23 member offices lined up for this early adopter phase. 7 advocacy vendors have already completed their testing and ready to go. And the 6 CMS vendors that support the House are all on board as well. So that's it.
Sorry for the confusion here. Thank you. Those were our lightning talks. Our next panel is going to be on the Data Act. And so I'd like to invite that panel up. I see Ahmed from the House Oversight and Government Reform Committee. coming up. Come on up and take a. Do you guys need to update? So sure. Why don't you update? And I will. There we go. I think we've got everybody. So, while Ali's updating, introduced Ali Ahmed from from Chairman Ice's staff on the Oversight and Government Reform Committee. I'd like to introduce Krista Boyd, who is at the end, who is the Deputy Legislative Director for Ranking Member Cummings on the Oversight and Government Reform Committee, and then Derek Lyons from the Homeland Security Government Affairs Committee and General Counsel for Senator Rob Portman. With that, I'm going to turn the panel loose on you guys. Sure. Yep.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for coming to today's event. I'm probably just going to leave it in this form, if that's all right with you, so it doesn't get away from me and start going automatically. But I'm going to move through these pretty quickly so we can have a discussion about this. So I'm here today to talk about the Data Act, and maybe and specifically the implementation of the Data Act. This was kind of my favorite quote from the day the Data Act passed from Joe Marks, an ex-Gov reporter who follows these issues pretty closely. I think you're all familiar with data as a concept. It's been out there for about 3 years. But today, first, before we talked about the legislative implications, I wanted to talk about the actual soup to nuts implementation of the Data Act. So I think that'll facilitate the best possible discussion about how Congress might tie in more and what it'll do for the legislative branch and for those who watch the legislative branch. So DATA's purpose is accurate, complete, and useful government-wide spending data. That means that it establishes government-wide data standards. It calls for the full disclosure of federal funds, including agency expenditures and program-by-program spending information, the simplification and consolidation of reporting for entities that receive federal funds, and it encourages the use of the data analytics modeled on the Recovery Board's approach for both the inspector's general functions and program functions. I'll skip over the genesis of the Data Act other than to say that public interest groups like the folks in this room and particularly the Sunlight Foundation and their clear spending reports had a lot to do with even the calling for the updates to FFATA that we were able to put through in data. And so, Chairman Ice asked me to, as always, extend his deepest gratitude for the work that they did for so many years. The legislative history we can also skip over, other than to say that data is blissfully now public law number 113-101. So in terms of what government-wide data standards actually mean, data directs the Secretary of the Treasury and the Director of OMB to establish machine-readable, non-proprietary, searchable, and platform-independent data standards for all federal financial information. They must be able to continually upgrade as necessary, and the law encourages Treasury and OMB to look to international standards developed by a voluntary consensus body. Data also calls for unique identifiers for federal awards and recipients that can be applied government-wide. The full disclosure of federal funds means that by appropriations account, agencies will report the amount of budgetary authority appropriated, the amount obligated, the unobligated balances, other budgetary resources, the appropriations made for each object class, which is codes for the nature of services provided or received, and the outlays made for each object class. And then by program activity, they have to be able to report from which accounts and in what amounts appropriations are obligated, and from which accounts and in what amounts outlays are made, and the object class data for program activity as well. The simplification of recipient reporting will come about a little bit later. First, we asked OMB to establish a 2-year pilot program to test how to apply the data standards developed by OMB and Treasury to recipient reporting. In fact, in the consolidation, about between $1 and $2 billion worth of federal awards will, instead of reporting back to their normal agency chain as they currently do, will report to a central data broker, and that information will then be put to the agencies. At the end of the 2-year pilot, OMB is required to apply the data standards developed under data in a way that reduces the compliance burden, simplifies the reporting process, and reduces duplicative reports. Probably of less interest to this group, the Secretary of the Treasury is authorized under data to establish a data analytics center modeled on the Recovery Operations Center of the Recovery Accountability and Transparency Board. So, the implementation of timeline of data. Assuming all deadlines are met, which is a not probable but not impossible task for the federal government, by May 2015, Treasury and OMB will issue data standards, and OMB will begin the recipient reporting pilot program. By May 2017, federal agencies are required to report using the new standards, and that is 2 years after the guidance on standards is issued. So a delay in the guidance moves the delay in the reporting requirement by 2 years. Treasury and OMB are required to ensure spending information is published at least quarterly and ideally monthly. USAspending.gov data is required to adhere to the data standards, and recipient reporting pilot program will end, and OMB will submit a report to Congress. And then in by 2018, OMB issues guidance to agencies on application of data standards to recipient reports. So there is, as many of you have noted, a small exemption for the Department of Defense. I think I can safely say it's one that the advocates for the Data Act in Congress aren't, particularly happy about, but it was necessary, quite frankly, to move the bill forward into law. So upon the request of the Secretary of Defense, OMB may grant up to 3 6-month extensions of the May 2017 reporting deadline and has to provide written justification to the congressional committees, and we'll definitely make it public, for the reasons for each extension. So, what we're actually here to talk about today, and what, quite frankly, I think we want to hear from you all, your ideas on, the legislative implications of the Data Act. The impact data will have on the function of Congress has always been something near and dear, especially to my boss's heart. The way he's articulated it is that the new spending information will help to close an information disadvantage that the congressional authorizers, appropriators, and overseers have with our sprawling federal agencies. And importantly, this is something that reformers in those federal agencies also understand and see an advantage. In fact, let me flip to the next slide. This is actually prepared by Christina Ho from the Treasury Fiscal Service, who I think we're going to try to get here today for you all to hear about how they're going to actually be implementing the Data Act. But it's very early in the process for them, so understandably there's not that much to share. But as you can see here, there's a view, not dissimilar from what Jim talked about earlier, of a cycle of federal spending information that we want to complete. And data does a lot. There's a lot more than FFATA did. But there's more aspects to the cycle that need to be closed, including supplying appropriation and budgetary data from Congress to the agencies in a way that makes sure that information ties in more automatically. So I'll probably just leave this slide up. And with that said, I think we'll turn it over to my colleagues if they have any comments.
Just to pick up a little bit on what Ali was saying on how the Data Act will help Congress, I wanted to talk just for a second about the way the Data Act will help congressional oversight. I think that's one of the biggest areas where the intersection between the Data Act and Congress will come into play. Right now, efforts to figure out how an agency is spending its money and whether the agency's resources are being properly allocated can be frustrated because Congress can't necessarily get the information that it needs. I was thinking back to one of the first projects I worked on when I came to work on the committee, which was a while back, but it was to investigate EPA's enforcement of the Clean Water Act. And we asked EPA for information about how much it was spending in terms of employees and resources in enforcing the Clean Water Act. We asked GAO also to look, the Government Accountability Office, to look into it as well, and EPA couldn't provide either Congress or GAO with information on what it was spending on enforcement of the Clean Water Act. And I remember feeling like that was really frustrating and irritating that we couldn't get that information. Earlier you saw Jim Harper slide on with the desert and the dead cow head about, showing the landscape of federal spending information. Under the Data Act, agencies will be required, as Ali said, to track spending to the program activity level. The Comptroller General of the United States commented on this in a hearing that we had a couple of months ago, and what he said was, quote, "I think the Data Act is one of the biggest single things that could be done in order to provide more transparency on the costs of program activities." GAO has been tasked with looking now annually at what federal programs are duplicative or are engaging in wasteful spending. And at first, GAO was, could find ready examples based on work they'd done, but now they're finding it harder and harder to find those examples. And one of the things the Comptroller General was pointing out is that they don't necessarily have the information from the agencies about the way they're spending their money to allow GAO to then assess whether that money is being spent in a wasteful manner. Another thing the Comptroller General talked about was the Data Act's requirement that agencies begin using common data standards. This is another quote from him. He said, "It would standardize the data so you would be able to compare data across agencies, which you can't do right now. It would also provide more consistent information and at a lower program spending level that we found to be a big obstacle to us in identifying additional savings opportunities." Another aspect of the Data Act that I think will hopefully help with congressional oversight is the survival of the Recovery Operations Center. The Treasury Department is authorized to basically absorb the rock and continue the good work that's been done there. The Recovery Operations Center has been groundbreaking in the work it's done using data analytics to identify areas of risk for fraud and to identify real concrete cases of fraud. And exposing those areas will help inspectors general, it will help agencies, but it will also help Congress in finding those areas where there are higher areas of risks or bigger levels of fraud to maybe take action to ensure that the fraud is reduced.
So I don't have a lot to add to my colleagues, but what I wanted to say is that, picking up where Krista was talking about where to identify waste and abuse, one of the hopes of the Data Act is that it will empower GAO, as she said, but I think that building on some things that have been talked about here, where more open data leads to powerful applications and citizen oversight, one of our hopes is if we are able to solve the challenges with this data, that nonprofits and private sector groups will be able to take that data and display it back to the public in ways that lets citizens and watchdog groups see where the money is going and identify patterns and practices and raise concerns that is revealed in that. But I think it's also important to recognize that it's just the beginning stage right now. The Data Act gives us a good framework for moving forward. But, of course, there's a lot to be done on the implementation side. I've been talking with people at OMB about how they're going to do that. And there's still a lot of conceptual difficulties, standardization difficulties, and I think, that's where a lot of you guys and experts in this field can help us figure out where we need to go. Defining what projects are across government agencies, defining the data standards that are most helpful and that open things up so that we can unleash what are very powerful tools out there to help Congress to know what and regulators, Congress to in its oversight role, and also regulators and agencies, CFOs, as they internally decide how their resources should be allocated and where they are succeeding and where they're failing.
So I think we have the capacity to take questions on the implementation of the Data Act. I'd like to hear from the audience ideas on what Congress can do to better connect its legislative data with the types of executive branch data that the Data Act has mandated. Go ahead. I think I understand where you're coming from. I'd say, and Chris might have some thoughts on this, to legislate what the identifier would be to the level of degree where you could see it now when we're at the very beginning of the implementation phase. I don't know that that would be good in the long run. You're looking for something that is, I think, more adaptable to changes in technology and changes in business processes than you'd get out of a sort of a statutorily predefined identifier. That said, it's obviously one of the largest implementation problems, and it's one that we've heard from OMB already. There's good work being done, being led by folks at Treasury and the Office of Financial Research on the new sort of international legal entity identifier. I think there's promising work being done there, but we are really on phase one of something like that. Well, the legislation doesn't prohibit proprietary identifiers for entities. It does require that the award identifiers be non-proprietary. So we're not looking for a new proprietary standard to be created, but with a recognition that replacing Dun and Bradstreet's role on the timetable of the implementation of the Data Act would probably infinitely complicate the implementation of the Data Act. I don't think it's something that Congress was ready to tackle in this legislation. Though you should understand that among members of Congress, and particularly a lot of the members that were enthusiastic about the Data Act, there's a considerable amount of agreement that there's a problem with the use of a proprietary identifier and the government's database of who it does business with essentially being private property. I'd like to follow up with you afterwards to make sure we're asking the right questions of the agencies. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think we've heard similar things from Treasury in the past in sort of the initial conversations about Data Act implementation at some of the other public events that have been hosted. I'd also think that, as Krista was talking about, the way Congress is going to grow into using the information provided under the Data Act, that, it'll become the small group of people who are already thinking about those issues will probably grow as they want to do more to work within the framework that the Data Act sets up for how to track and understand and, honestly debate about spending allocation information. Yes, in the back.
Congress.
Yeah.
I mean, congressional oversight is it's the only tool that Congress ever has really to enforce requirements that are put on agencies. It's public embarrassment and, strong oversight to say, we're requiring benchmarks along the way and asking where are you, and continuously, asking for information, demanding information on where they are, and if they're not where they should be, why not?
And as a partner with Congress in that, you folks, the same public interest community that said there's fundamental flaws in FFATA that need to be addressed, the same folks that said there's something good that happened. We found the recovery board's data more useful, and we think that can be scaled government-wide. Implementation of the Data Act is going to be, as hard, if not harder, than FFATA's implementation.
Yeah, and just to pick up on that, in terms of accountability, I think it's Congress and the private sector. But in terms of whether the deadlines will be met, a lot of that will depend on whether or not smart and creative people can come up with solutions to the problems like this gentleman identified. How do you create the proper unique identifier? And so if those deadlines are going to be met, a lot will depend on, the generation of those types of solutions.
Derek, actually, you raise a really good point. And something I know at least, Chairman Ice has been interested in is talking to folks, whether they're private sector vendors who are trying to sell products to the government, or they're just, academic types who have an interest in this, about the smarter ways to skin the various cats in the Data Act. Sort of the initial pushback we've gotten, mostly prior to enactment from OMB, was that we're essentially asking, every agency to upend and replace their existing financial accounting systems in order to comply with these reporting requirements. That's not sort of an extreme and hyperbolic situation, but the more specifics that we can offer back in terms of a shrewder course towards achieving the transparency goals and the accountability goals of the Data Act, the faster we're going to actually achieve them. Yeah, any more questions? Jim? Are you talking about the businesses the business that currently collects and maintains that database, or?
I mean, I'm not sure there's solutions have been developed to that problem just yet, but I know that there was, there was some pushback on that front in the early stages of the Data Act, is my understanding. I wasn't here then, but that was my understanding. And I think that there'll just come a time when we have to decide. There's obviously a tension between transparency and too much information. And I think that we'll be striking that balance over time. I don't know how. There's no sort of upfront legislative solution to it. What we did now is we tried to make it. We gave the contractors a pilot program, tried to make it easier for them to engage in financial reporting, to minimize the burdens that they have. That means some information, maybe when the standards won't have full and comprehensive information. There could be more information reported. So we select some subset of that goes into the pilot program. Hopefully we can all reach a compromise position that says, okay, this is the data that's reported. This will give enough information. But I think those are types of things that have to be hammered out as it's implemented, and they're really very, very, very hard to address sort of up front.
And I think thinking about sort of the aspect of your question, which was the business intelligence, and is it providing, if you have a easier to sort out identifier for who's getting the contracts, where they're getting it, you're providing more information to their competitors. Well, their competitors are already spending a lot of money to find out that information on their own, and they're spending a lot of money to find it out in their competitors. So I'd like to make it easier for the Sunlight Foundation and crew and you and any guy off the street to find out that same information. And maybe it's a wash for the companies because they'll have to spend less money to figure it out themselves. So.
Krista, did you want to get in on this, or you good?
I mean, I think just coming back, I mean, I think we have to keep in mind, too, though, just the fundamental principle that if companies are receiving federal dollars, there's a public right to know where that money is going.
I agree. This was a great panel. Thank you very much. And let's give them a hand. Sure, your thumb there. And so we're going to bring up our last panel before the break, which is going to be some folks from personal offices. First up, I'm going to have them all come up, and Tim, you want to get your laptop ready, and I'll keep talking for a minute?
Sure.
So first up is Tim Petty, who's the Deputy Legislative Director for Senator Jim Risch from Idaho. And then we're going to have Kelly Strickland, who's the Chief of Staff for Congressman Burgess from Texas. And then Eric Burwa, who's the Deputy Chief of Staff for Representative Mike Honda from California. And they're going to be talking about how member offices use this data. So let me just put the signs up and get out of the way.
Very good. Thanks, Reynolds. I'll go ahead and get started. Keep the time moving here for everybody. So again, my name is Tim with Senator Risch, and so I'm going to go through quite a few slides here pretty quickly. And my goal is to really be able to communicate two things to you this afternoon quickly, which is obviously the importance of data, but specifically in an area that Reynolds asked me to highlight of what we're doing with on the Senate side and with the Senator, which is more of geospatial information and what can we do with that data. And so what I want to do is take you through two quick examples. One is the way we use it in our office internally of really looking at data and from the constituent perspective. Obviously, that's a very high priority, if not the highest priority for my member and most all members here in Congress. And so obviously most websites are somewhat very similar, but the important part that what we do is we try to gather that data and integrate it in an effective way. And because Idaho is almost 70% federal lands, the mapping really becomes incredibly important based upon the data. And so as these ways of constituents to communicate to us, the data that comes in from our different constituents, what the Senator really wants to utilize is the mapping techniques. And so what we've been able to work with is internally take all of that constituent information that all members receive and actually do some very specific data mining. And so what we do is we run it through a section of that data information and we integrate it into these maps. So when the member is out in the state and or dealing with any members or any constituents who come to see him, we can really give him a kind of a land perspective of what those questions and issues are dealing with. And so here's four different examples internally, and we've kind of mixed up some of the data just kind of protect the innocence. But here's the example of a banking issue, a public lands issue, an immigrations issue, and a healthcare issue. That what we've actually taken is the information from the constituents, and we're able to map it very effectively. Because different constituents in different areas of the state have different issues and concerns that are prioritized for the Senator to really being able to focus and discuss. And so this gives him a snapshot of information that gives him that data and resources. So then another example that then we embed and put into that is the understanding of generating these type of materials in areas, so it goes down to zip and even community locations in the city. And what becomes very effective is not only are we able to put this on into like a chart or a graph, but obviously we can push it to his iPad, his different technologies, his iPhone, and so forth. But not only is it to the member, it's also to the chief of staff, to the legislative aides, and then all the way down even to the front office who are taking the phone calls. All of those different links become very important to each one of the staff, and so that they can really communicate those issues very effectively. And then here's just another good way that we're able to present it into our internal staff of what's being discussed. Really break it down into zip codes and into the different counties. We have 7 counties in the state of Idaho that are larger than some of the states in the United States. So it's very important to really be able to specifically deal with these type of issues geographically. And so once we take those communication issues and embed those into the map, that allows our communication shop to reverse out and start sending that information outward once we've been able to process that with not only the senator, but then legislatively of bills that are being passed. Which then brings me to our second point, which is not only how we deal with things internally, but then how do we reverse it and send it out externally. So the Senate has a working group that's called SAMS. It's the Senate Analytical Mapping System. This is actually an ESRI product that the Hill actually has been incorporating, both the House and the Senate. And amazingly enough, the Senate is actually a little bit ahead at this point on really trying to do some of these original pilot programs and move it into operations. So this is the back end of what every senator and actually House member would actually have resources to, that we can start grouping these data sets together. And so these are some random back-end data sets. So Lucky Peak at the top is actually dealing with a hydroelectric dam in Idaho, and it works all the way down. The second point is very important, maps from the state of Idaho, where we're actually integrating state data coming out of the governor's office with federal land data. So those two data sets are critically important for the overlap of how those data are actually put together. And so we work very effectively on how to communicate those different issues. So if you would actually go to Senator Risch's website right now, there's a map gallery that is produced. And what we've done is on those back end where we develop the data sets from all the different executive agencies, because they're the ones with the data, Department of Interior, Department of Agriculture, Commerce Department, HHS, all of those constituent concerns, we can reverse those information out and start pushing it to actually our constituents, which are very high and very effective. So obviously we've got Idaho active wildland fires. That map is actually pulling directly from the National Fire Center out of Boise, Idaho for the West. And so we are actually getting up in current data sets that we can actually push it to our constituents in these different areas of what's going on with fires. But just to the right, or to your right, is the wildland fire potential, which actually gives them a ground map to actually let those constituents in the state of Idaho know that they actually are in a very high dry area. And so it goes across the board of different areas, farmers markets, Idaho, Browns fields. It gives you a different collective of all these different areas that we're able to communicate back to those areas of constituents for the senator. Plus, it allows the staff to have that same information. And this just is one more example. It really drills down to the Boise National Forest. This comes back to the importance of these different areas of data and data information and how we're able to gather that from the Forest Service and then reverse it and push it back to our constituents in a really effective way, that they respond to us and let us know what's useful and what is not. So I want to end this on this slide. And so we actually have a Senate GIS working group over on the Senate side. We've been working together, both Republicans and Democrats, since spring of 2011. And there's about 25 members who get together on a regular basis to talk about different ways different offices are using these different data sets. But it gives the ability for us to have what is our responsibility, which is oversight of the executive branch's data, which we want and which we want to use. So I'll end it there. Bring up Kelly.
All right, thank you, Tim. And I think we
Good. Thank y'all. I'm Kelly Strickland. I've been on the Hill for about 11 years. I'm Chief of Staff to Michael Burgess. Before that, I was counsel to the former chairman of the House Ethics Committee. Before that, I was in the Alabama delegation for a while. Dr. Burgess represents the 26th District of Texas, and he serves on the Energy and Commerce and the Rules Committee. I was asked to talk about an annual report that we put out every January. And I was asked, I think, because the Republican Conference has recognized this as a best practice amongst offices, and also gave a presentation at the Republican Chiefs of Staff retreat on our annual report this year. So it's just an example of how our office makes legislative data more accessible and easy to understand for our constituents. So you may ask, why do we feel the need to draft this report and post it publicly? I know that my boss and our staff work very hard, but also know that about 87% of Americans completely disagree. So with congressional approval at about 13%, our office looks for ways to be transparent and accountable and to shine a bright light on just how hard we work for the 26th District of Texas. So at the end of each year, the legislative staff, the district office, and our press team compile statistics and data to include in our annual report. Wish I could tell you that we had some fancy way of compiling this data using really high-tech resources, but we really just do it all internally and track it that way. The report is released in January. It's distributed to our constituent email list, and highlights. It's also highlighted my boss's weekly video address, and it's posted to our official website, Facebook, Twitter, that sort of thing. So it's a 20-page report that includes summarized information such as the things you're looking at here. How many hearings and markups he participated in that year, how many votes he cast that year, along with his attendance percentage, how many bills he authored and introduced, and how many bills he co-sponsored, how many cases were opened with federal agencies on behalf of constituents, how many pieces of correspondence our offices received and responded to, how many radio and television interviews my boss conducted, and other highlights throughout the year, such as delivering the Republican Weekly Address. The report also includes information on the congressman's background, his committee assignments, his principles, his caucus memberships, summaries of letters he authored or signed to the administration that year, local summits he hosted, and it breaks down the summarized information into some more detail. There are also photos, media shots, and links to his weekly addresses that are scattered throughout the report. So we use this report, like I mentioned, to be more transparent and to be more accountable to our constituents. But I've also found that there are a couple of sort of non-official internal purposes that the report also serves. We use it as part of our press kit that we take for local editorial board visits. Sometimes they're our harshest critics, and to be able to show how hard we work is a good thing. And I also use it personally as a matrix, as chief of staff, as a matrix with my boss to show how hard the staff works. So our annual report is available, like I mentioned, on our official website, Michael Burgess, burgess.house.gov. And I think we'll have some questions at the end. But that's it.
Thank you, Kelly. Eric?
I don't have any slides, but can I get on that? I'll just put up our website. So my name is Eric Werwa. I'm Deputy Chief of Staff for Congressman Mike Honda. I've worked for him for almost 13 years. He represents the 17th District of California, which is sort of the heart of Silicon Valley. You know, we've got constituent companies of Apple, Intel, and a lot of constituents who care a lot about data and transparency and sort of expect us to be using the latest tools to tell them and listen to them about what's going on in Congress and what Congressman Honda is doing. And that's what I wanted to talk to you a little bit about, just sort of our whole portfolio of things that we have going on to engage with our constituents, and it being social media, also people from around the country, because we don't just limit our followers and friends to constituents. The Congressional Management Foundation sort recently described our social media program as a decathlon. I guess there's a little bit of everything, and that's what we've tried to bring to it, that people are getting information and delivering information in so many different ways, and so we're trying to have a presence in all of those aspects in order to hear to let people know what the congressman is doing and hear what they have to say about that and other things. We don't generate the same kind of legislative data that the House as a whole does, but our data is what he's doing, what his positions are on issues, on legislation, who he's meeting with. And so getting that information out in as many ways as possible is sort of the main thing that we try to do in order to be as transparent as possible. And we use the data that we have available from that work to try to do it in a better way than we did before. Each day we try to do it a little bit better. We use, as you can see from our whole long collection of icons at the top, we use a whole bunch of different platforms to contact constituents, going to the different things that they want on their mobile devices at home. Each of those media sort of helps deliver the message in a different way, whether it's a short video clip on Instagram or a tweet about a vote that's going on, and then a longer vote description on Facebook. All these different things are the ways that we try to get in touch with people and get their feedback. Let me just scroll down and see here. We just saw a great example of a end-of-the-year report, and I think we may have stolen that idea this year. And we did an end-of-the-year report and chose a new medium. It was published as an iBook, which I can't seem to. It was at the end of the year, so it got moved off the front page. But if you go to our webpage, you can find the link to our iBook. And actually, we got a lot of criticism by some people, like, oh, how much must this have cost? And it's like, it costs a lot less to make it as an iBook than if we printed out paper copies and gave them to people. So getting people to understand that the value of using technology to do things sometimes is a little bit challenging, but we're working on it. And one of the things that we have tried to do is look at how successful or not successful those efforts are, and change the way we do things. We found out that, people didn't like long Facebook posts, so it's like, okay, well, let's tailor the Facebook post to be the kind of things that people want, so that they'll read that more and they'll provide more comments that we can use. They like to have images or pictures in tweets, and so it's like, well, every time we do a tweet, we got to have a picture, because that we got the information that that's what people want, and so to be most effective, that's what we try to deliver them. Our constituents are in California, so if something happens here in the morning, tweeting it right away might seem like a thing to do because it's happening right now, but they're not awake, and so figuring out when is the time that people are looking at things the most often, that kind of information helps us to tailor a program so that we deliver, get to people when they are most interested in getting that information. We try to optimize content that's on Facebook, so the images fit on the phone and everything, to give people the best possible experience. And we try to make it as interactive as possible. We've used Google Hangouts, we've used a crowd hall forum, and Twitter question and answers, Facebook question and answers, to get a two-way conversation going between the congressman and the public. Not just it's easy to just pump a bunch of information out, like you're standing on top of the hill with a megaphone, but really using the medium as a way to have a conversation with constituents and get that feedback is important. We use all kinds of social media. We use Eventbrite for organizing things. We've been working with change.org. They can help, they'll do petitions and can give us a data of who are the people that are constituents that are interested in those topics and signed on to them. We can respond through their system and get a message out to everyone who signed on those petitions. So by doing that, we become a decision maker who is listened to and plays a bigger role in these online discussions that are going on. So all these tools are giving a way to have a virtual office that's out there, in addition to the in person. The website, as you see, we won awards for both the website and the social media program. The website has gotten. I was looking at your maps, and I remember we had a map a few years ago that was displaying where all the Recovery Act projects were and where appropriations that we gotten were. It wasn't as advanced as that, so we didn't update information as much as quickly as if there were new awards. And then the redistricting completely changed our district lines, and so the map became kind of obsolete. All these dots are in the wrong places, so we had to take that feature down. But we've crowdsourced the design of the website, so we got feedback from people. What is it that you want from this website? What's the best format that you like? And then we went with a design like that. And then we also, in the process of doing that crowdsourcing, did a deep dive on through Google Analytics on what were people looking at on the website. As someone who spends a lot of time creating content pages, it was a little depressing to find out that that's not what people spend all their time reading on our website. But then we said, okay, well, that's not where we should be putting all the resources. Let's put them into, now we've got an integrated system with our constituent management software. So if someone's got a flag request or a tour request or casework, well, they can get an update automatically. They don't have to call the office and worry about getting a voicemail. They can go to our website if they've got something ongoing and get use that data that's being moved from IQ into this to find out what's going on. And we then also use this new format to auto-populate content pages with new stuff that we've been doing in that issue area. So instead of having a stale page that's got old positions from 2 years ago, on the energy page, it's populated with the newest stuff that's been done on energy. If the congressman's written something or if he's spoken somewhere, that's what the content becomes. And so anything that he's done sort of auto-populates the pages. And so we're delivering people the most recent information without having to recreate it all the time. So these are just some of the things that we've tried to use to keep this most useful for constituents. And basically just the key theme for all of this is that it's a two-way conversation, and we're trying to make it that way both on social media and on the website, and keep people, get as much input as possible while also getting out information that we have about, so people know what the congressman's up to and doing. So I think that's, stop there. Thanks.
Well, thank you very much. Let's thank the panel. And because I think that when we talk about this kind of data, it's important to understand that it's used both internally and externally with stakeholders. So we are going to go to break. The schedule, we're a little bit behind on the schedule, but I'm going to collapse my time at the end, which had a little bit of buffer in it, so we're going to end at 5 o'clock. We're going to go to break and come back at 3:45. So I've got coffee and soda, so like I say, I can work up the blood sugar and so on for the final sprint here. Good afternoon. We're going to come back from the break, and we're going to have a panel that's going to talk about the evolution of content into the electronic world, and what are we missing when we do that? What do we need to do to continue to evolve? I am going to turn this over to Dr. Ann Washington from George Mason University. She's going to moderate and introduce the panel. And there's tent cards there, so hopefully feel free to rearrange them whichever order you want to sit in. And with that, I'm going to turn this over to Ann.
Thank you, Reynolds. So as we prepare for our panel, I want you to keep two things in mind, two main ideas. One is that policy is language. Try to find all the bills on gun control and the Second Amendment in a single search. Second thing I want you to keep in mind is that language is politics. As people on the House side know, one committee routinely switches between education and workforce and education and labor as certain parties come into leadership. So public policy is a really unique retrieval environment, and what we're going to talk about this afternoon is how we've created these systems over decades of paper retrieval mechanisms like back-of-the-book indexes, and what we can do to move them into this world of electronic searching. So we're going to consider issues about conceptual access across different types of styles of thinking. An index helps us see the material from the point of view of subjects, from the point of view by date, and how are we going to translate that into systems that will work electronically? We have three great talks prepared for you. And our first speaker is Sarah Frug from Cornell University Legal Information Institute. Sarah?
My perspective on indexes comes from applied research and application development aimed at improving the intellectual accessibility of legal information and reducing the information cost of compliance. I'm going to tell a story about a recent project that we had at LII. We were looking for agricultural import-export regulations, trying to build an application that would enable us to find the kinds of rules that are designed to prevent foot and mouth or bovine tuberculosis or mad cow disease from spreading. Our team applied sophisticated machine learning tools to parse the language of the CFR and used an agricultural ontology to represent the relationships like the ones between cows and cattle and ruminants and between cattle and milk and beef. But our first set of results was incomplete. So what went wrong? We found that we had really lost the context of what we were looking at. We didn't see the conceptual organization when we did full-text retrieval, even with terms expansion. We couldn't see what real-world objects and activities the regulation would bear upon. We didn't see the organizational structure. Which agencies' regulations should we be looking at? We didn't see the adjacencies. How is this regulation put together? Where does this section that I'm looking at fit? And we didn't see the linkages. What standard administrative procedures or record-keeping requirements does this regulation invoke? So what helped? We were able to make use of the conceptual information embedded in the existing print indexes. Hierarchical and related concepts like the relationships between imports and customs duties and inspection and taxes and foreign trade and commerce in general. We were able to make use of the fact that we had a general purpose vocabulary to help separate process-related information like record-keeping requirements and permits, from substantive information about things like dairy products and containers. We were able to make use of the hierarchical structure of the CFR to zoom out and get some context like 9 CFR Part 94, is about the list of communicable diseases and prohibited and restricted importation. And we were able to make use of the CFR and Federal Register metadata to group regulations together and find out things like the list of concepts that that same part was about: animal diseases, imports, livestock, milk, reporting, and record-keeping requirements. So we modeled the thesaurus of indexing terms and translated it into RDF. We used the Federal Register subject terms, captured metadata from the parallel table of authorities and the table of popular names of legislation, and Table 3, and that enabled us to find jurisdiction of the USDA, the FDA, and U.S. Customs and Border Protection, regulations of individual sub-agencies and programs like the Agricultural Marketing Service, regulations promulgated under particular statutes like the Federal Import Milk Act, and regulations at the intersection of particular economic activities. So what can we learn from what we were able to find? Going ahead, we can use the same techniques to take full advantage of the knowledge that's currently represented in print. We can make use of techniques for providing context by understanding what browsing and scanning do as complements to searching the language of a regulation. We can model close to the data and make a literal intermediate representation in machine-readable format that enables us to take advantage of the basic information that's represented while layering in semantics as it becomes feasible to explore. And we can capture the intellectual organization embedded in the indexes to use directly and also to use as training data for natural language processing. And now John Jorgensen will speak about translations.
Oops. What have I just done? No.
You got it?
Yeah, thanks. I think that's big enough. What I'd like to talk about today is give a little bit of a warning to those who may be wishing to save a huge amount of money going into the future. And in some ways, I feel it may be a little bit unnecessary to talk about these things because I feel like I'm preaching to the choir, to the people assembled here today. But at the same time, although XML and linked data may be something that we're using a great deal in the background in order to organize the work of legislation and organize the work of Congress, I think it's important always to keep a close eye on the uses of these things as well and their importance for the end user, for the researcher, for the public, and indeed for congressional staff members doing research as well. And what I am seeing as a librarian out in the field is kind of two trends, and one of them is a little disturbing, and one of them is difficult. And the two trends that are arising right now and not kind of coming together as perhaps they should is the machine/algorithmic method of accessing information versus the machine/human-aided search. So what do I mean by that? Look at Google. Look at what is going on right now with the large legal databases, Lexis and Westlaw, Westlaw Next, Lexis Advance. They are using very new ways to deliver information to people, very new interfaces to deliver information that's very much based on algorithm as opposed to metadata. And It's very good for a lot of purposes, and it's extraordinarily attractive because if you do it by the algorithm, you save huge amounts of effort and money because you do not have to structure the data. You do not have to have the people in place structuring the data. And it does work very well for many purposes. But it really is not good enough, particularly for such important material as legislation, and particularly for the kind of material that legislation is. So what are we looking at? We're looking at a lot of companies, and perhaps at some point the government itself, looking at that golden goal of having an algorithmic approach to search that can duplicate human indexing that we're just not at right now. It's very attractive, but we just don't have it. So the golden goal is more of a yellow bronze right now. The trouble with algorithmic searching, and actually I should probably back and fill a little bit just for the record here, what do I mean by algorithmic searching? It is what Google does. It's what the large legal databases are starting to do now. Instead of having search based on facets or based on items of metadata that are searched on, we do things like variations on full text search, but very sophisticated variations on full text search that do things like statistical analysis of past searches, such that, like with Google, you can just put in words and the Google search engine will try and figure out exactly what you were looking for, whether you knew you were looking for it or not, perhaps, right? So they're looking at what did people click on typically after putting in words like you did. What have you actually clicked on in the past? And, you know, what does your profile say you should be looking for, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, as well as doing a lot of a relevancy ranking of the documents that you get, putting it all together. The trouble with that for important material like this is it can go in either direction. You can have an over-personalization of results because they are, in fact, personalizing it based upon your particular habits in the past. Another trend is actually just the opposite and can happen at the same time in some odd ways is homogenization and under-personalization of results. If it's giving you what statistically everybody else has clicked on after putting in similar terms, you are going to get tamped down results that are going to tend to be very homogeneous instead of being able to lift out what is special that you may have actually been trying to look for. And that's a trend that's happening more and more now. Is this a bad thing? In some ways it is. In some ways it's actually quite nice. For the everyday searcher, say using Google, or even the everyday member of the public who's searching for bills and legislative information, these kinds of search tools can actually be very effective. If you're searching for something that's not particularly special, searching for something that is easy to find, if it falls into a general category, it gives it to you very quickly and easily and is actually a very good thing. But what about the expert? What about the person who's searching for something that's not going to come up in a homogeneous result set? That's something that we really need to be able to accommodate, and it's extraordinarily important. And so I just threw in a bit of Latin because, from a university and all. Who's doing the judging? And I think for the kind of search tools that we're talking about for American legislation, this is very important. With Google and with Google-like search engines, it's Google who's deciding what you actually want to look at and what's available to you. And it's not the searcher themselves. So, It's not good enough to have it that way. As to the human-aided, the kind of XML coding that we've been talking about today and that should be the basis of access tools we have right now, quality control and consistency are absolutely essential. That is control over the terms, to have a maintained and good controlled language vocabulary so it covers all of the material well, and also control over the application of terms to those material. So you have experts actually doing consistent assigning of these controlled language vocabulary terms so that we have indices, so that things do get categorized in ways where we can easily and quickly find information in great detail, not in a homogenized manner.
Next, we have Christine Borgman from UCLA, who I twisted her arm to come here today to bring us a larger thought piece about how our legislative data fits into a larger frame.
Thank you. I've spent about the last 15 years studying scientific information and following scientists around trying to figure out how they make data and how they make sense of it. And Anne has asked me to say, well, so what have we learned there about this massive volume of information and how you make sense of it and how we can transfer that over to some of these questions about government data and open government information. One of the things that we're finding is that it's much easier to build massive piles of information. It's much harder to do anything with them, to integrate them. We're actually making the problem worse as we go. So the pitch that I want to make today is to think through what is the legacy of the data and the knowledge that this Congress is creating, and how can that be made useful in the future? It's all about open data and about open government, but it's also about preserving the legacy of the information that we create. So what does open data mean? In the simplest sense, it means just piling that haystack higher and higher and assuming that somebody else is going to come along with APIs or scraping or some other kind of XML markup, trying to make sense of it themselves later. And if it's just hay, you can take a match to it and find the needle at the bottom. That doesn't work so well with digital data. So the open data is, in some sense, really going down a tunnel and not necessarily seeing the light at the other side. The simplest definition of open data is this one from the Open Data Commons, and it says, open data just means it's free, it's out there, you pile it up, somebody else can use it. No licensing, public domain, and of course most government information goes directly into the public domain, which is not true with most science information. This is what you get. Okay. This is open data, but it's not particularly useful data. Similarly, what we find all over science is spreadsheets with unlabeled rows and columns. We find file names like data1.xls. Presentations like that, just as bad as students do this as well. But scientists and other scholars, and presumably members of Congress as well, are organizing their information around the way they are thinking about using it now. They're not thinking about how somebody else might use it later and how somebody else might want to connect the dots. And that's where the legacy is the ability to connect the dots. This document that I've got on the screen is useful only because of that digital object identifier down there. That's what takes you to the link and tells you where there's some context and how you could make sense out of it. The open data at a higher level, this is from the Royal Society of Britain and a major policy report that they did on science as an open enterprise. And Britain, like Australia and like now the U.S., is beginning to require open data from research and funding agencies. The OSTP memo from last year that says all agencies funding R&D of $100 million or more, and everyone is scrambling madly to figure out how to do that. But truly open means you can access it, you can make sense of it, you can assess the veracity of it, which you certainly can't do with most algorithmic approaches, and it's intelligible. Metadata, which we've heard a lot about in various guises, plenty of technical definitions. This is the NISO one, but I particularly like metadata as a love note to the future. I think that might be something. We have a piece just came out in Public Library Science, Computational Biology, on 10 simple steps for the care and feeding of scientific data. And point number 1 there is love your data and help others love it too. Okay, so that's part of what we're trying to do here. You know, this is metadata right here. Those numbers, like the 305, if you know its pages, it's useful. If it's just 305, it's not. So we have a long tradition of knowing how to do some of these things. And we also know what happens when these documents get separated out of the stack and you don't have the metadata. That might be fabulous information in there, but without some metadata, we don't know what it is. Similarly, I'm sure these are great photographs, but who knows what. Provenance is another area. Libraries tend to think about this, what's the origin of this document? Museums, a chain of custody, can we follow it from when we dug it out of the ground where we think it was made? But Google, Yahoo, and now the World Wide Web Consortium have decided that provenance of digital objects has become a massively difficult problem. You will find at least 400 or 500 articles in the computer science literature alone on models of provenance for digital objects. And we're looking for ways to tie these pieces together, and it's something else that we need to build into our best practices of the way that we create information. This is some of how we do it in science, where we look at all that different cycle of how information gets made and see the journal article is useful, but it's much more useful if you can tie it back to the data set. The data set's more useful if you can get to the instrument if you can get the calibration data. But none of those are very useful by themselves. It's getting them back together. And we have various technical standards that we can use to do this. This particular one is object reuse and exchange, which is semantic web technology, but there's many others for different environments. But again, the important thing is that you mark up your data and invest in it at the beginning if you want it to live. The highest order is actually this one from OECD, which came out 7 years ago. And most policy documents around open data, particularly in the science area, point back to this one. And notice what level this is. This says that to be open, you actually want the data to reflect what the licensing is, what the legal status is, the intellectual property, the professionalism of the field, interoperability. Interoperability is huge in the scientific areas that we are working in. If you don't have the particular version of the software used to generate that particular set of scientific data, nobody's ever going to get back to it again. So this is really the highest order of all that we are trying to deal with, is the discovery and the interpretation. Is what we want to be able to do is identify what we've got, the form and content, what it's related to, interpret it, evaluate it, and in many cases compute upon it and tie it together to other things. What that happens to in a lot of environments is the data becomes the tip of the iceberg. The metadata can end up taking a lot more storage space, especially if you start migrating things across new technologies. And some of these metadata can be added automatically at the time things are generated. Others require some degree of human markup. It depends on how much integration you might want to do later. So to wrap up, what we would like to do is not just find that needle in the haystack. We would like to be able to do something with it once we've found it. We would like to be able to sew with that particular needle. And the picture that I have for you here is one of infrastructure. It's a scaffolding for building that haystack around. So we'd like to add value to our data, to our documents early and often. And that includes metadata and provenance information. That means investing in tools and services for interpretation. You've heard about a number of tools and services here, but they are still pretty much piecemeal apps that hit at different stages of the life cycle. We need to think, particularly as we move into this sort of government standards, to think about what tools and services are going to mine and integrate. You can never anticipate all of the reuses. The people at Creative Commons will tell you the most powerful use of your data might be by someone you've never met, for a purpose you never could have imagined. So we have to support serendipity, again, if we're going to preserve that legacy and to make the best use of all that investment that we're making in information today. Thank you.
Well, she sent me those slides, and I didn't believe she'd actually get it done in that amount of time. So kudos there. I would just like to take a moment to say that one of the impetuses for this panel was the recent modernization effort. There was a bill on the floor to make some changes to the Code of Federal Regulations. And I am just so grateful that there are so many modernization efforts. We have a chance to reply and make them as sharp as they need to be so we can find the sharpest needle in the haystack. And part of that was a reaction to trying to find things in the Code of Federal Regulations. If somebody has a question, we'd be happy to take one at the microphone over there. But meanwhile, I thought the panelists could just say a few words about what you see the challenges of when people are trying to do modernization efforts and losing specific index tools. Does anybody want to respond to that? Yeah. Just press the green.
Okay. Again, with the lessons from the science world and the research data world, what we find is that the more sophisticated the structure for an individual field, if you're trying to get the ideal language and ontologies for some area of genomics, for example, what you may find is that you've isolated that data within that community, and it's very hard to move across that communities. We have at least a half a dozen different databases and collections on ontologies for the Drosophila fruit fly alone of the subparts of that community. So the real challenge is how to get a good, consistent conceptual mapping that works for one group and also has enough hooks around the outside that you can bridge to other groups.
Okay, and that's part of what we have. I think there's a question. Kristen, yes? Give it a try, and I'll do an interpretive dance while we're waiting. If you just say it, I'll be able to repeat it. Yes? Yeah. Yeah, so I'm going to repeat your question, probably not very well. So we considered how do we mine the intellectual content of an index, and the conceptualization is that people are building these indexes somehow manually, but how do we use it to leverage machine-readable coding? Because I really think it's important to notice that we're moving from a mode of document publishing into data posting. And in this transition, we need to rethink how we're conceptually accessing this. Did someone want to respond to Kirsten's question?
The advantage of an index, as opposed to like Control F, which can be extraordinarily useful, nevertheless, what you're doing is, I'll answer this in a slightly abstract way, which I hope I can bring home really fast. What we do as indexers is we put the world in little boxes, right? And those are going to, if it's a useful index, they are very apt boxes for the purposes to which the users will be using them. The beauty of the index, therefore, is you can go into an index and look up that term, and everything will be pre-categorized into the box for you and available to you in that way. So instead of having to do global searches and guessing at the words that will exactly appear in the documents that are relevant to you, you've got guaranteed relevance by using the index and looking up the related term.
And I just wanted to jump in there. My funny example preparing for this panel, try formulating a search that will find the Office of the Federal Register within the Federal Register. The librarians in the back will kind of get this. You kind of go into a recursive loop. We have another, do we have time for another question? One quick question, if you could make it short, Jen.
Is there some role for structured data besides just standard citation information for federal reports? Examples might be if federal organizational entities, like the mentioned in the report, if there's drafted, if there's structured data, if there's organizations, like that. I know all of the mentioned certain countries, whatever. Is there the role for structured data in a vast number of federal reports? Just not part of the dialogue.
There's a group called Beyond the PDF, now, which has been around for a while, now known as Force 11, and to rethink scholarly publishing. And it's really letting go of these proprietary formats, issuing information of all kinds in a fundamentally mineable way. I mean, truly open data means mineable, combinable, reinterpretable data. And to think that we're still issuing things as locked up PDFs is pretty scary. It's definitely time to rethink and to think about digital first. And also building on the prior question is you've got to structure it well enough and think about those uses at the time you create it so that it is amenable to the algorithms later. But I think part of what all of us are saying is there's some human investment about thinking conceptually about what we're trying to do here so that we can then leverage both the human and the algorithms as effectively as we can.
And I just want to add in the NSF grant that I announced last year about this for the political informatics project I'm working on. We're doing that, and I can tell you it's just not pretty. It's really hard work, and I can understand why it's not a part of a normal workflow within certain government agencies. But hopefully we're going to create tools that different government agencies will be able to use later.
Great. Well, thank you very much, and I appreciate this panel. We have one more panel left. Maybe let me ask one question of my own here while Tina is coming up with the XML standards panel. Maybe just a reformulation of what was another question, which I think is what I heard from Christine. In lieu of creating an index by hand, there's discussion about queuing the data with XML tags in advance. So, for example, congressional record, speaker, place name index. Instead of having someone do that by hand, can we simply tag the data so that there's enough smart queues for search engines and so on? What's the limitation of that approach?
It gets down to what Ann was saying of people use the same words to mean different things and different words to mean the same things. You can certainly tag named entities and such, and you want to do as much structuring as you can, but the conceptualization of allowing people to hit the broad side of the barn and hit those conceptual maps, a certain amount of human effort is always going to be required to do that, to optimize the machines as well as to optimize the human time.
That's great. Well, thank you. Let's have a hand for the panel. And we have a 5 o'clock sort of cutoff. My folks who have to shut down the AV. So I just need about 10 minutes, 5 minutes at the end to wrap up, and you guys can have the rest of the time. And so let me get out of your way so you can get started. No, wherever you'd like to do.
So since Monica is going to switch out the computer, I'll just do the introduction from here, if that's all right with you. Are you all still awake? Crickets. Yeah, does everybody need to stand up and stretch? Okay, well, this is the most exciting panel of the day, so get ready to be energized. We've seen a lot of we've seen a lot of examples today of the uses of structured legislative data in the U.S., but our next speakers are going to be giving us an update on XML standards internationally. This panel will provide a broader view of the work in this area abroad, and not just in specific countries, but in collaborative efforts. They have seen firsthand how governments and legislative bodies around the globe are using standards to create and release structured, machine-readable data for transparency, accountability, accessibility, and economic reasons. And they can provide some context as to how the U.S. efforts intertwine and overlap. As I mentioned this morning first thing, I have had the very great fortune to work with the members of this panel and to learn a tremendous amount from them through the Library of Congress Legislative Data Challenges and also OASIS technical committees. These two legal informatics experts are making such a difference, not just within their own country, but in countries across the globe. They are diligently and passionately educating governments, organizations, and individuals about the power of structuring and managing legislative data in a standard way. And more importantly, they are providing tools and methods to do it. So please, let me introduce Monica Palmerani. She is an associate professor of computer science and law at the School of Law, University of Bologna, Italy. She is serving OASIS in the Legal XML member section and in Legal Rule ML and Legal Doc ML technical committees as co-chair. She is also the chair of one of the OASIS Legal Citation Technical Committee subgroups. And to my right, your left, Fabio Vitali is an associate professor in computer science at the University of Bologna, Italy as well. Well, different section, same university. He is the co-chair of two OASIS technical committees, the Legal Document ML Committee with Monica and the Legal Citation Markup Technical Committee. With John. With John, who was just up here. He has also consulted with the Italian Senate, the European Parliament, and the Uruguayan Parliament and Swiss Parliament on topics related to XML representation of legislative and legal documents. So, Monica?
Okay, thank you so much for so impressive presentation of the speaker. But the honor is ours to share with you and with so important audience our researches, and especially a Commentoso. And let me start with some figures. From the e-Parliament report from 2012 report, we can see that inside of the world, the 43% of parliaments declared to use XML inside of the institution, especially for bill, and the 35% declared to have the intention to use. But if we go in deep on this figure and we answer to the question why the Parliament use XML, we can discover that XML is misleading, is misused, is used by the parliaments for exchange record among different databases as a data format for legacy system, or only limited to presentation on the web, without foster the potentiality of this so important language of modeling of data and document especially. So what we would like to say here is that transparency is not only accessibility, is not only to transform XML in PDF for the web. For us, transparency is semantic annotation for the semantic web. So not only presentation and typography, presentation and rendering, but also semantic annotation inside of XML. It means participation, point in time of a law, reusability of these such data in open data, multi-channel possibility to access by mobile, by tablet, and so, and machine-readable and traceability of the process, lawmaking process for the transparency. So transparency for us is more rather than to assess simply the XML by the web. But the current scenario coming from especially the World e-Parliament conferences give a different picture. XML is used internally, fragmented inside of the public administrations, the parliaments. Each institution or gazette or public office use a different dialect of XML with different semantics, so the same tag means different things. So the interoperability is affected and the data is locked inside of each particular semantic model. So the new paradigm is necessary now to transit to the real legal open data, open document. That means not only to share XML as a data format, but also to use a common vocabulary, common semantics, annotation, and hopefully also the license for improving reusability for the market and for the citizen. And this is a new paradigm, and we are ready to do that because the skills, the capability are available now for understanding the potentiality of the XML, not limited to the technicalities, but also the semantic and the potentiality included inside of the legal documents. So what we would like to do with the common tools is not a simple one more vocabulary in the scenario, but to provide a real legal vocabulary closer to the legal people, legal knowledge, in order to provide authentic and valid XML document, not so longer fixed in the paper and transform the paper in PDF, but starting from digital document, legal, valid, and authentic. And so to extract valid and authentic data for connecting them with the web of data and semantic web. And this is the project, because we have the judge, and the judge at hand need an evidence of the authenticity of these data. So plenty of legal XML in the last 10 years grew up in the scenario, in the state of the art. But we are here to talking about common tools, the new generation legal XML standard. And recently, we had also a challenge with the winner in the floor. So this standard has some peculiarities that Fabio presented later. But one message I would like to give, it is possible to transform all the previous standard in a common tool with a conversion. And with annotation in metadata, we can improve old-fashioned style XML in this more advanced schema. So we can see different generation of legal XML vocabularies. The first generation fixed attention to a long list of tags without the differences between content and metadata. The second generation try to separate the metadata from the content approved by the parliament with the power embedded inside of these kind of content, particular content, not simple technical or words, but is an expression of the democracy of the country. So the third generation started to organize the tags and the element in pattern, in template, in order to favor the creation of tools based on pattern and template and best practices. And the first generation add on the top also constrained legal rules, legal drafting rules, in order to adapt a general vocabulary to each legal tradition. So this is the goal of a commentoso to cover the last generation needs and requirements. So what is a commentoso? A commentoso started the project in 2005 thanks to United Nations, in particular Department for Economic and Social Affairs, and the name is Akan People of West Africa word and means linked arts. We are so proud to maintain this name. And also now that a commentoso is under OASIS standardization process, we have maintained this name in honor to the origin of the project. So a commentoso provides a unique XML schema for plenty of documents, all the parliamentary documents, one schema for all these kind of documents, bill, committee reports, amendments, motion, questions, voting, act, gazette, judgments, and books and papers concerning, for sure, legal domain. One schema means interoperability, means possibility to foster the connection, the semantic connection between answered records, amendments about a bill, and so to create a real network of legal knowledge embedded inside of the life of the Parliament, and so make more transparent the activity of the Parliament itself. So it's not limited, a commentoso, to the Parliamentary Act, but also executive order, ordinance, legal notice, and also other forms. What about the success stories of a commentoso? The most important is the European Parliament adopted a commentoso for bill and amendment. Now, all the members of Parliament as a tool for amend directly the bill, and with the tablet can amend in any moment the bill and submit officially the amendment. Also, the Library of Congress of Chile translate everything in a commentoso, the Senate of Italy, the Chamber of Italy is very new, Parliament Uruguay for managing all the law making process, all the workflow of the bill, and so. And let me show you what is possible with this schema, with this vocabulary that is not limited to the vocabulary, but as I said, includes metadata for capturing legal knowledge of the parliamentary life. It is possible to visualize better the knowledge that are inside of the document, and so to communicate better with the citizen. So this is an example coming from the Chamber of Deputies of Italy, the visualization of the data for about the bill that are joined and splitted during the lawmaking process, and it is often difficult to follow the life cycle of the bill, and so we have produced a visualization. Or, for example, the animation of the lawmaking system, including the committee, and so. So this is an example of how it is possible to foster the commentoso language. This is an example. So this is an animation using a gamification techniques for presenting XML documents in a very amazing and graphic way. Okay, and yeah, okay, and this is another example of a success case of Uruguay. This is a side-by-side comparative table between two versions. One version comes from Senate and the other one is come from the Chamber. And it is possible to see in a visual way the changes and not a simple textual changes, but also the semantic changes, like the split of a paragraph or the numbering of the paragraph. So the paragraph is the same content, but in a different place of the structure. And it is possible also to annotate each modification and change in order to have all the chain of the modification. So this is just two examples of the usage of a commentoso. And now I leave the floor to Fabio.
Hello. It says that it's a technical introduction. It won't. I can be much more technical than this, but just to give you a few ideas that what's behind Acomantoso and in general our point of view with regard to what is legal XML, what it should be, where it should head to. First of all, we are not talking about data structure, we're talking about documents. So the orientation towards documents, meaning as pieces of information that contains text, human readable text within which you can then identify meaningful and structured data is very important. The document is the key point, and extracting the data out of the document is a way to violate and put data out of their context. Second thing is the containment. The point is the documents are meant and usually are produced so as to be self-sufficient. They are things that have power, they have effect, and maintaining and making sure that the electronic representation of this document are self-contained is a way to making sure that they will keep on living even beyond the people that have produced them or people that can identify and understand them. Descriptiveness is a key aspect. Whoever wrote this document had things in their mind, and we want to make sure that the most important aspect, or maybe all of these aspects, are captured. So being able to describe exactly what's going on in the document, not just from the typographical point of view, but also from the semantical point of view, from the legal point of view, and so on, it's extremely important. So being able to capture exactly what's going on in the document is very important. But also prescriptiveness, whenever it's appropriate, making sure that we can at least identify the level of quality that you want to associate to the document. Does it follow legal drafting rules? Is it organized according to a recognizable structure that we can associate to a nature and to a workflow position in the whole process of legislation? That is also extremely important. Separation of concerns. This is extremely important in order to make sure that a piece of legislation is correctly associated to the entity responsible for their things. So being able to identify exactly what is the content, that is everything that has been created by the original author of the document, and separate it from the metadata, that is everything that has been added to it by the editorial process that created the thing that has been published is extremely important. And of course presentation, give the right emphasis to the presentation, but not mixing it with the actual content, so as to make sure that reflowing, creating different presentation, creating the document for the paper as opposed to for the web, do not violate, do not betray the real content of the document. Ontology, semantic web, means basically being able to make statements, formal statements on top of the document, and making sure that these statements create new knowledge and can be interpreted and can be sought and can be searched for identifying patterns, trends, stuff, things such as the thing that Monica showed us. Being able to make formalized assertion on top of the document is extremely important, and we do have a clear ontological aspect to the structure of the document that does not pollute the actual content, does not pollute the structure of the document, but allows additional layers of interpretation, of characterization of the document on top of it. Technology neutral, that's quite obvious. We do not rely on any existing or future technologies, tool, operating system, and so on. Everything is documented, everything is open, and it's completely independent of any specific technology. Persistency over time, meaning being able to make sure that long-term preservation, bidirectional. Bidirectional means, I hate it. Here you are, a legal document from the 11th century by Accursio. This is one of the earliest lawyers in the world, in Bologna. Bologna is the oldest university, and we started with a big law school in 1088. So we have a recently long tradition in legal teaching, and making sure that we can capture these kind of documents, but also future preservation towards the future, being sure that we will be able to access and use and make use of these documents 50 years from now, 100 years from now, 200 years from now. Still, this document will be accessible, understandable, and usable. And finally, supporting workflow, making sure that the people working with documents across the whole life cycle of the document, from the earliest draft to the final publication or in amended form, the codification and so on, can work with this document easily and without rekeying in, recoding the document, remarking up the documents and so on. Transparency, quality and efficiency. Of course, transparency is one of those buzzwords that do not mean anything, and the data format does not mean anything unless there is a specific, clear intention to make use of these things in the most appropriate way. Accomantoso has features, not required features, but optional features, that can increase and improve the transparency of the legislative process and the legal process using these documents. The distinction between content and metadata makes sure that the reader can understand whether this is official or it's just an interpretation or an addition by the offices. And the explicit handling of the life cycle makes sure that you can read exactly where this bill is, what happened to it, in which state of approval it is, who has added, who has modified it, in what were the votes that the current version of the bill has received, and so on. The systematic connection of things. Since we only have one scheme that deals with basically all different types of documents, from the bills to the enacted documents to the reports of the debate in the assemblies to the proposed amendments and so on, we can create a full network completely interconnected of references to each other, so that you can follow, both by looking at the documents and by looking at the debate reports and by looking at the activities of the several political groups, exactly what's going on, who is doing what, when, where, and who voted for what, and who was this guy, and so on. And this is all completely interconnected, making sure that these things talk to each other and make sure that you can have a complete point of view, a complete vision of what is actually happening. Preservation of legal validity, that's extremely important, is specific because we already have in place an infrastructure for digital signature, making sure that even the legal validity of authentic document can be characterized and maintained throughout the time. So it is possible that the electronic representation of the document can become authentic in the most strict sense of the word. Multiple linguistic expression is not something that the Americans are usually interested in, but there are several countries in the world that have to deal with multiple languages, multiple authentic languages of the same document. The European Union is one. Switzerland, we have a very interesting use case in Switzerland that does this. So I think this can become a data model for the open government, and to improve and foster the open data movement. What we do, we help generating new documents. We have tools to do that. We help maintaining the workflow and the life cycle of documents, making sure that you can trace and identify exactly where you are and what the document is doing and who is acting on it. And we give a big importance to citizens' access to documents, creating a whole and integrated information cloud for the legislative and the legal process. And also other application, very important, the thing we were born out of is the activity of consolidation and codification. That is the creation of the current versions of documents that have been modified officially and formally, but also comparison, language synchronization. what is right now an extremely fashionable problem, which is legislative simulation. What would happen to legislation if this specific amendment was approved, and what happened if these three different amendments coming from three different parties would be approved together or would be approved alternatively, and so on. So making sure that you know exactly what happens to legislation during the discussion, even in terms of potentialities and simulations. So what we do, we clearly distinguish facts of the document, presentational facts such as, for instance, the logo, which is less relevant than the structure of the document, the preface, the preamble, the body with their sections, with the numbers, with the headings, and so on, but also within the data, being able to identify semantical structures such as the side notes or the short titles, making sure that, therefore, you can identify both from the presentational and the structural and the semantic point of view exactly what's going on in a document. And being able to distinguish, this is again the example from Accursio, the authentic content, the law, from the editor's metadata, the commentaries, the interpretation, and so on. From the presentation, all the interesting and very beautiful characterization of the printed page. This is a small piece of document. It's an act, but you could also have a bill or a debate. There's a metadata, which is extremely rich and complex set of metadata assertion that you can make on the document. And then you have the body divided in the preface, the preamble, maybe the cover page, which is the introductory part. And then you have the actual body of the document, which is the strictly speaking legal part, the part, for instance, that is shared between the bill and the enacted law at the end. And then you have, for instance, the signature, making sure that you have the full set of the people that have a role in approving this document, and all the attachments that you want to have. An example, again, of this cloud, this network of connection. This you have yesterday's congressional records that describes the reports a network of connections in which a specific bill was modified according to the schedule. This created a set of amendments that proposes and were voted modifications to a bill, which creates a new version of the bill. This making sure that the old version of the bill, the new version of the bill, the debate report, the amendments are all interconnected will create a much better infrastructure for understanding exactly what's going on in the Congress. Fundamental design issues, abundant vocabulary, making sure that every single issue in the structure and the semantics of the document is captured, but keeping it very small in terms of actual patterns, that is, the kind of different types of vocabularies, of terms that you have to deal with. So we have 308 different XML tags, which is a whole lot, but they only belong to 6 fundamental patterns, no exceptions, which means that from the informational point of view, you only have to understand exactly what are these 6 patterns, which takes about 15 minutes, in order to understand exactly how they behave and how they build with each other. Strict separation of contribution, the authorial content, the official content, the legal content, separated from the editorial content added by the publishing process, and the layering of document properties. This has been mentioned already several times. FRBR, the layering conceptualization of documents, making sure that we can identify and put together, but still keeping correctly distinguish physical files in different data formats, in different versions and variants. So we explicitly manage time-based evolution, content-based differences, and their representation in different data formats. all within a single umbrella organization. And the naming convention, this is already something that has been mentioned already, being able to make sure that you can, by giving correct names, giving correct addresses or URL, you can identify exactly what document is this and how it corresponds to this other version, these other variants, and so on. We are starting to create a set of compliance levels for a Accomantoso document, making sure that basically you have a very low entry point in which you just adopt the most trivial and obvious of the terms on the tags and the vocabulary, the structure of the document, and basically that's it. And then you can start building upon it to create additional set of references and facts about that. A very large number of source tools. We presented some of them yesterday. I'm not going to that in detail, but the Lime editor is an extremely, if I may say so, sophisticated and good piece of tool, but there are also other tools that are extremely important. Most of them are open source, but there are also several commercial tools available for working with Accomantoso documents. It is becoming an international standard. Legal.ml is the effort for creating an official standard within OASIS to do this. There are actually 3 different technical committees within the Legal XML working group in OASIS. Legal Rule ML deals with formal rules for norms formalization. Legal.ml is where we are actually trying to standardize the Accomantoso. And then there's Legal Site ML, which I'm sharing with John Jorgensen, which is somewhere around there. There you are, about legal citations. They have the whole effort of creating an international set network of standards that connect to each other and create a reliable set of formats for doing stuff. Legal.ml, Tom Bruce is somewhere is one of the secretaries. Monica and I are the chairs. Ashoka Hariharan, Claudio Fabiani, and Silvia Tosarpaggio are also secretaries of it. 43 members in the technical committee. I'm not going through all of them. Most of them are from official bodies throughout the world. Some of them are from university and from private firms. We have almost completed the technical part, and we are starting to deal with the official approval part of the standard. So I would say that the data format is pretty much freezed, and now we have to deal with the political process of having it formally approved by the OASIS set of rules. Conclusions: Accomantoso is a robust legal XML standard for legal open documents in Parliament. Open government data, semantic web to create a layer of interconnection of things, extendable and customizable to the individual needs of each organization. You can pick up and select the parts that you will only need, and you can use open source or commercial tools for doing that. Several pilot cases and end users projects do produce substantial proof of concept that the language is applicable, and there is support for a large variety of legal systems and scenarios. And there are books on it. There is a summer school in Ravenna, which is one of the finest cities in the world, outside of the main touristic traps. It's not Florence, it's not Rome, it's Ravenna, former capital of the Roman Empire. Very nice place. September. That's it. Thank you for your attention.
Multiple plugs, so you can just unplug. Thank you very much. This is the whirlwind presentation. Do you need a minute? We may be out of time for questions. I've got it's sort of like a union shop. People are coming to unplug things at a certain time. Want to thank Monica and Fabio very much. Apparently we all need to go to Italy this summer and learn more about Domo and Coso. I just wanted to make 2 points and then talk housekeeping for a minute. Obviously, part of the process here in the House isn't a random adoption of, but rather how do we rebuild our internal business processes so we achieve both greater transparency and greater efficiency in our internal operations, providing common data that we'll use both internally and externally to create tools, both official and for outside observers of the legislative process. I think that what's very interesting about the GIS example earlier today and the Amendment Impact Program is how can we continue to create tools to achieve sort of equivalent kinds of capabilities with others who are working to also participate in the legislative process. So it's been a good sort of 8-hour run on XML. I think we have a heartier crowd this year than last year. Many people last year at about hour 6 had enough. So thank you for sticking with us. I think there may be an announcement of some happy hour gathering somewhere. All right, so not sponsored by the committee, but if you want to stop by Bull Feathers, there may be fellow-minded XMLites somewhere in the back drinking. If you could, on the way out, recycle your name tags at the table. We have how our laws are made if you would like a paper copy still. And I'd like to thank everyone very much for their active participation, to all of the panelists, and to the staff that helped make this successful. Thank you very much and have a good day.